These things are all collected by me, you can take them. As for the other things in the warehouse, I will take you to choose later, Yiwu said with satisfaction. Alright, I want to buy in bulk. Please give me a 50% discount, Yiwu proposed. Lisa, standing beside, spoke up in confusion, why are you still paying? Even if you have a lot of money, you shouldn't waste it like that. His life and death are in your hands, just take what you want, no need to be polite. Yiwu smiled, raised his hand and said, business is business. I defeated him based on my strength, not by using force to coerce. Forcing and robbing is just a momentary action. Instead, I prefer a mutually beneficial cooperation, which is more sustainable. This is also my life philosophy. So, do you want to cooperate with me? Maydik laughed happily and shook hands with Yiwu. Vision, this is exactly vision. I have been in business for many years and have never met anyone with such generous and progressive thinking as you. Rest assured, I will definitely bring all the good goods to you. Yiwu instructed, especially the master-level poison, please try to get me a lot of it. Maydik replied, I don't have many finished master-level poisons, but I have plenty of blueprints. It's just that if there's no one to manufacture them, it would be useless. Lisa interjected from behind, who do you think you're talking to? Yiwu is a master-level pharmacist. Maydik exclaimed in surprise, what? Not only is he strong, wealthy, but he is also a master-level pharmacist. Moreover, he is handsome. Is there any man in this world more perfect than him? Yiwu urged, stop the flattery, let's get to work. Maydik obediently followed his order. After a while, the system notified, you have received epic-level poison. Item 1, free perfume. When used, it causes nearby enemies to enter a frenzy state, lasting 3,000 turns, indiscriminate of species or gender. Item 2, illusory bubbles. For all enemies in the target area, they will fall into a frenzy state, increasing their attack power but not distinguishing between allies and foes. Every second will incur a loss of sanity, lasting 1 minute. If the countdown ends before time is up, and sanity does not return, the person will instantly die. Item 3, Scarlet Waltz. When used, the target will enter a state of wild dancing until their life ends. Yiwu was taken aback, contemplating, what kind of poison is this? But I must say, it seems to have some effect. System notification, forced teleportation in 5 minutes. Yiwu continued to ponder, only 5 minutes left? Just then, Lisa suddenly opened the door and entered, asking, Yiwu, you called me here privately, is there something important you want to discuss? Yiwu replied, After thinking for a while, I feel that there are a few things I should clarify with you for the better. That day, Lisa unexpectedly asked, are you saying that in the virtual space of Huangjiang that day, the Halmutu I encountered was actually you? Yiwu answered, that's right. Lisa questioned, so you came here to demand back that 1 million? Yiwu refuted, I have no such intention. Yiwu explained everything, my actions have drawn you into my personal matters. If I let you participate with a mindset of repayment, I would feel very guilty. At the very least, you should know the cause and effect, to understand that my appearance at your home was not a coincidence. Upon hearing this, Lisa smiled, is that so? Thank you for being straightforward with me. But this small matter doesn't need to be concerned about. Compared to that, I worry more about you. She frowned, because you used the power of the god to kill the Halmutu and his men, now you are being targeted. This reminds me of what my grandmother used to tell me. She said that the power of the ancient gods is a sign of evil, a type of cursed power that humanity should not touch. In history, anyone who sought to control the ancient gods ultimately had to face terrible consequences. Therefore, I am worried that this power of the ancient gods might have a negative impact on you, right? She said, this time, your family encountered misfortune. Is there any possibility that it is related to the curse of the ancient gods? Yiwu felt this was quite reasonable. Perhaps this possibility could not be ruled out. He pondered, even knowing about the ancient gods, that old person is indeed not simple. After handling this matter, I must return to find her to ask for clarity. The system announced, Mr. Lee requests to contact you. Yi Wu answered the call. Mr. Lee finally reached out. Does Ling Yuan have new movements? Yi Wu asked. Mr. Lee replied in a panicked voice, It's not good, master. Ling Yuan may be about to find Huangjin. She is contacting. Suddenly, the system cut off the connection. The signal was interrupted. An alarm sounded, commencing forced transfer of the master to the Shadow King world. His surroundings began to change. In the unfamiliar scene, Yi Wu exclaimed in anger, at such a crucial moment, why is this happening? He was teleported to a place full of monsters. Laguna was trying to fend them off and turned around, shouting, Yi Wu, hurry. Quickly grasping the situation, Yi Wu realized he had returned just before the curse was cast. He looked at Laguna and silently said, I'm sorry, Miss Christina. Suddenly, a vial flew towards the beast. It was taken by surprise, asking blankly, What is this? The beast became frantic, dancing wildly. Yi Wu recognized that it was the effect of Scarlet Waltz, causing the target to enter a state of uncontrolled dance. Until the moment of his death, Yi Wu urged Laguna, who was gaping at the incomprehensible situation, Don't just stand there, hurry up. Laguna asked, Is it because of the vial of poison you just threw? Yi Wu seized his hand and pulled him along while explaining, That's right, this is a type of mental toxin. Anyone who contacts it will dance uncontrollably until they exhaust themselves to death. The beast creatures, seeing their comrade hit by the poison, began to discuss, What kind of poison is it? Is there an antidote? Another one said, It's impossible to determine the type of poison. There's no way to cure it in a short time. The poisoned individual, panicking, pleaded, What do you want to do? Please save me. The other two replied in unison, We vow to protect your soul. Then, they cut their poisoned comrade in half. The poisoned one screamed in pain before collapsing. Laguna, witnessing that scene, couldn't help but feel horrified, exclaiming, They even kill their own kind. It's terrifying. Yi Wu, showing no surprise, calmly said, When it comes to evil cultists, don't use the standards of ordinary people to judge. They are about to catch up. Laguna sighed, So quick, they are almost upon us in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Suddenly, Yi Wu stopped. Laguna anxiously asked, What is it? Are you planning to risk your life against them? But the power difference is too great, we have no chance of winning. She turned back to look, and to her surprise, the pursuers are also motionless, their posture somewhat strange. Yi Wu slowly approached the two creatures and said, Of course, because they have stepped into the trap that I set. Beneath your feet is a layer of water net laced with extremely potent poison that I just sprinkled free perfume onto. Even with a thick layer of shoes, the toxins can quickly infiltrate the body. As soon as Yi Wu finished speaking, the two monsters naturally rushed to kiss each other passionately. Yi Wu further explained, The free perfume puts nearby enemies into a state of enchantment and loss of sanity. This effect lasts for about 3,000 moves, ensuring no distinction between gender or race. Laguna exclaimed in astonishment, Oh my, this smell is really unpleasant. But Yi Wu, I wonder how you got such a strange poison. Did you really create it all by yourself? Yi Wu replied, That's a long story. Now we must seize the opportunity to deal with them. Laguna still looked worried, but their personas are far superior to ours. I suspect that even if we strike them, it would feel like just a breeze on the skin. Yi Wu reassured him by tossing out a purple vial and said, This is simple. While they're off guard, reduce their defense significantly. No matter how thick the blood is, it won't save them. Move forward. Don't forget to switch weapons. Seeing the intimate scene of the two monsters, Laguna couldn't help but vomit. The vial that Yi Wu threw at them immediately took effect. This was a lethal poison, breaking their armor, causing the enemies to become poison and reducing their defense by 50% while losing blood. However, this effect only lasts for about 1 minute. Laguna shouted, Charge! Go die. A group of people fell to the ground. The system announced, receive 300,000 experience points. Laguna was astonished to see his level rise 5 times in a row. He wondered, what level are these people? Without the armor-breaking potions, I don't know how long it would take me to conquer them. Yiwu smiled and replied, this is the benefit of killing monsters above your level. Laguna picked up the dropped items, and suddenly noticed a key. He curiously asked, what is this key for? The system immediately displayed the information, Lingwei City key to the sewer. Yiwu inquired, what's up with this key? Does it have any origin? Laguna thought and explained, Lingwei City is the second largest city in this country, and it is also where the plague broke out. Now, the entire city has turned into a dead city, filled with mutated beings. The king has ordered the blockade of all entrances and exits to the city. But the appearance of this key indicates that someone can enter and exit freely. It is very likely that the organization behind the plague has created it. The system announced, current progress of the main quest is 12%. When it reaches 20%, players will be able to return to reality. Yiwu pondered, just one key can increase the quest progress by 2%. It seems very important. He said, Lingwei City is definitely the important main quest. As long as we continue to push along this line, we might quickly reach 20%. However, I have a feeling that there are definitely high-level elite monsters everywhere in Lingwei City. I'm too familiar with this tactic already. At this moment, the 3 black-clad figures were indeed the minor bosses, advising players to retreat while reminding them that the main quest location behind had an extremely high difficulty level. They needed to upgrade quickly. Therefore, Lingwei City was certainly a high-level and extremely dangerous dungeon. With my current alchemical support account, I was afraid that I would be killed as soon as I entered. Therefore, Laguna's upgrade was the most important thing. Yiwu's expression changed, looking serious, Laguna, kill it. Laguna was startled, her face pale, Yiwu, what are you doing? Your expression is so strange. Yiwu grinned slyly, moving closer, be good, listen to me. Just absorb this, and you can be the strongest in the world. Laguna quickly intervened, wait. Yiwu, don't. I don't understand what you're talking about. What is this? Yiwu stopped and said, don't you know how to absorb magic crystals? Laguna shook her head and replied, no, I've never seen this before. Yiwu thought to himself, so magic crystals are a specialty of our world. Under the campfire light, Yiwu slowly explained, alright, let me teach you. First do it this way, then do it that way. Laguna seemed helpless, looking like he understood, yet also as if he didn't understand anything at all. After a while, the two sat facing each other across the fire. Yiwu reminded him, in general, just give it a try first. Although it might be a bit glaring, try to focus on the location you mentioned earlier. Laguna closed his eyes, gripping the gem tightly, concentrating on gathering his power. Then, he sighed helplessly, I can't do it. Even if I put all my effort in, I still can't sync my power with the strength within the meton. Yiwu pondered, could it be that the power of the magic crystal isn't compatible with this world? If that's the case, then this upgrade path is not feasible. It's quite a headache. I must think of a way to overcome this obstacle. He stood up, looked at Laguna and said, you just keep the magic crystal. Whenever you have time, take it out and try to absorb its power. Laguna nodded in agreement. Yiwu continued, originally, I intended to find another way, but for now, we have to work hard on leveling up. So, if you want to level up quickly, what method do you usually choose? Laguna replied, if I want to level up quickly, I can only go fight monsters or take on high-level quests. Yiwu immediately made a plan, then let's start with high-level quests. We must level up quickly, otherwise, if we encounter enemies like last time, it will be the end for us. Laguna responded, then curiously asked, I understand. But actually, your true purpose is to scout Lingwei City, isn't it? Yiwu asked again, did you figure this out too? Laguna speculated, if not sooner, you wouldn't be in such a hurry to upgrade. Since I got the key, based on your expression, you've always been very serious. Yiwu praised, you are very observant. Yiwu pondered, compared to Lingwei City, I worry more about the safety of my family. Although time there is temporarily paused, no matter what, I hope to rescue them as soon as possible. So, I'm sorry, Laguna. For your matters here, I have to forcefully speed up the progress. Laguna lay back inside, then let me sleep for a night, and tomorrow morning I'll go take the mission. Yiwu was angry, sleep? You still want to sleep? With that serious face putting pressure on us, how can you sleep at this level? I can't sleep at this level, how can you? Laguna cried and pleaded, don't say anymore, can't I just go take the mission? At the mission reception, a person with purple hair greeted them, yo, you two are back? Want to drink again tonight? Yiwu declined, another time, I'm here to take the mission today. The purple-haired person warned, why so serious? But hey, the difficulty of last night's mission has doubled. Think carefully, don't go throwing your life away. Two people approached the mission board. Laguna pondered, there are quite a few level 30 missions. Yiwu interjected, don't look anymore, those low-level missions aren't interesting. He held up a mission paper, if you want to do it, let's take on a level 60 mission. Laguna exclaimed, what? Yiwu, this is a regular level 60 mission. I'm not cowardly, but this is an elite level 60 mission. Not only does it require a team of 5, but the average level needed is around level 50. This is way out of our league. How about we change the difficulty for the rewards? Yiwu held up the paper and replied, this is easy. Saying that, he loudly called out, everyone here, is there anyone who wants to team up with us to take on this mission? Laguna felt a bit anxious and said, there probably isn't anyone right now. Suddenly, a bald guy laughed mockingly, what are you joking about? Only a fool would go with you. We can drink together, but teaming up to throw our lives away is a no-go. A pink-haired guy raised his beer mug and spoke up, your levels are too low, don't even think about that elite level 60 mission anymore. I advise you to go take a shower and get some sleep. Don't think too hard. Yiwu replied, I was originally planning to take you guys out for some meat. If you refuse, don't blame me later. Let's go, Laguna. Saying that, Yiwu turned and walked out the door. At that moment, Laguna spoke, wait for me, Yiwu. The orange-haired guy looked at Yiwu's back and sneered, sure, just remember to remind us to go clean up the corpses for you later. Ha ha. The skinny guy in the cloak chimed in, Senior, they've taken on that mission already. The fat cloaked guy added, do we need to follow them? The senior replied, don't be hasty. Let's go later tonight. That Yiwu guy isn't the showy type. We should be cautious of him. Elite mission, recommended level, level 50. Number of participants, 5. Objective, eliminate 15 mutated beasts outside, rescue 10 evil people, and save the master. Special mission, obtain the Book of Blood. There stood a gloomy castle beneath a blazing red sky. In front of the castle were long rows of grave markers. Yiwu stopped his horse and gazed at the castle, then said, magnificent. Just looking at it, you can tell this architecture is certainly not simple. Laguna, what do you think? Laguna also halted his horse, responding, I dare not look. Yiwu continued, don't be so fearful. Look at the mission introduction. We can base our choices on the difficulty level to pick the easier ones, right? We certainly don't have to do them all. Laguna sat on a stone, his expression anxious, I'm not a coward, but this elite mission at level 60 is too far out of our reach. Standing before this gap, I see no hope at all, so I have no fighting spirit left. Yiwu replied, of course I know you because of this. The two of them were currently peeking behind a large pillar, looking inside. Yiwu smiled and said, so, let's start with the simplest task. How can you know if you don't try? Laguna shook his head, protesting, "You mean to eliminate 15 mutated beasts in the outer circle? Oh my god. Is this really the simplest task? Clearly, they're all elite monsters, and there are so many of them, how can we fight?" Yi Wu responded irritably, "Don't be cowardly. Use my method. What's the difference for elite monsters? Just do as I say." In the distance, many mutated wind beasts of varying levels were moving back and forth. One mutated beast approached Laguna, causing him to panic and shout, "What? There are operational methods like this? Can we actually do this?" Yi Wu smiled confidently, "Trust me." A sudden noise rang out. Yi Wu was startled and asked, "Huh? Is it starting already?" He quickly threw his sword forward and said loudly, "No matter how tense the battle gets, I unconditionally trust you." The sword pierced straight into the head of a mutated beast, making it bleed and scream in pain. Yi Wu hid behind the pillar, staring intently at the beast, then softly called, "Come here." The mutated wind beast growled and charged straight at them. Laguna anxiously voiced, "Can we really pull just one beast like this?" Yi Wu replied, "Don't panic, wait until it completely appears behind the tombstone." Then, he threw out a high-level holy light potion, while Laguna quickly thrust her sword into the body of the mutated evil person. The mutated evil person screamed in pain. At this moment, Laguna observed several monsters lined up in 2 rows. She said, "It seems they are patrolling back and forth. That's great, we won't disturb the others. This way, we can lure them one by one to deal with them a little at a time. Your technique is really impressive." Yi Wu held the potion in his hand and smiled smugly. He replied, "Of course, I invested a lot of money into this, it can't be useless." In front of the castle, swallows fluttered about, the sound of their wings mingling with the sound of the wind. A voice called out from afar, "What does investing money mean? Is it the currency in your country?" Yi Wu laughed, "The explanation would be long, let's skip it. Keep pulling the monsters, tonight will still be long." Another mutated evil person fell, the soul leaving the body. Laguna wiped the sweat from her forehead, stepped up the stairs, and smiled brightly. She said, "Finally finished off the 15th mutated evil person. What should we do next?" Yi Wu looked ahead, his voice more serious, "It seems like new troubles are appearing." Both stood in front of the large door of the castle. Laguna glanced around and remarked, "The large door of the church is locked. Where should we find the key? Or do we have to fight more beasts? If this wall is a little lower, I could jump over. But my limit is only about 3 meters high. This wall is at least 8 meters high." Yi Wu smiled, thinking, "This reminds you of something, the system allows the use of special props in construction learning, but certain requirements must be met. Can the demon use it?" Yi Wu wondered. According to what the system conveyed, most props can be used as long as they fit the current world settings. After a while of consideration, Yi Wu spoke up, "If we can't jump over, then we can fly over." Saying that, a pair of demon wings appeared on Yi Wu's back. Laguna was amazed, "So cool. I want a pair like that too." Yi Wu took Laguna's hand, preparing to fly up, not in a hurry. "You will definitely have them in the future." While flying up, Yi Wu thought to himself, "I feel a bit regretful for having only focused on improving my survival abilities before and forgetting to prepare equipment and supporting props for Laguna. Next time we go out, I must enhance him." Meanwhile, red light flashed, annihilating many monsters around. Yi Wu glanced around and remarked, "The smell of blood is too strong. It seems like a horrific massacre occurred here." Laguna covered his nose, muttering, "It really stinks." Yi Wu spoke up, "Someone's coming, hurry and hide." Saying that, Yi Wu pulled Laguna behind a large rock. Laguna cried out, his voice full of worry, "Huh?" In front of them, a brown-haired man was tightly bound to a crucifix. Around him were figures in black cloaks holding torches, the flames dancing in the darkness. The brown-haired man sobbed, his voice trembling with pleading, "Please, spare me. I was just momentarily confused. I won't oppose the ritual anymore. Please, spare me. One of the cloaked figures coldly shouted, "Shut your mouth. Heretics like you have been infected by evil. The high priest will use your tainted soul to evolve." Laguna lowered his voice, whispering to Yi Wu, "Are they evil people, mere mortals? Aren't the monsters outside mutated from them?" Yi Wu replied quietly, "You stay hidden here, don't move. I will go over there to check the situation." Laguna anxiously said, "Be careful. I have a feeling this place is eerily cold." Yi Wu used his camouflage ability granted by the demon to get closer. In his mind, he thought, "Indeed, this is sinister, but this mission is even more sinister than they are. These people are clearly not good, so why rescue them? I need to clarify everything first." From deep within the castle, a voice echoed, "The abyss of stars, heed the whispers of your own, offer unending blood." Ahead, a large monument emerged. At the top of the monument was a depiction of a god holding a three-pronged spear. In the middle, a bald man was tightly bound, his gaze empty. Below, the cloaked figures chanted strange incantations in unison. Yi Wu was surprised and thought, "What on earth are these evil cultists playing at? Wait a minute, this book is the Book of Blood. But why does it give me the feeling of directly facing the ancient gods?" There was a book covered in golden light, and a notification appeared, "Main quest progress +1, current total progress, 13%. Yi Wu widened his eyes, his astonishment growing clearer. "This book makes me feel an intense unease. Could it really be just as I suspected? The game bot of Laguna has finally made its appearance?" On a tall pedestal, a god stood up, speaking in a commanding voice, "Devoted followers, are you prepared to offer your flesh and blood?" A bald man bowed and replied, "Yes, I am ready, our supreme god. As long as it can cure the plague for my wife and child, I am willing to give up everything for you." The god nodded slightly and said, "I have heard your plea. Your family will have the chance to live. Now, begin the ritual." Having said that, the god raised a three-pronged scepter toward the sky. Immediately, strange vines appeared and lunged towards the bald man. The bald man screamed, Ah, I see it now." In front, a strange pillar emerged, covered with mysterious patterns. From it, the vines continuously projected forth, accompanied by a resonant voice, the shimmering light deepened the sparkling depths. "I am about to." The book was opened. On the pages, a mark appeared accompanied by a resounding voice, "Coexist with it." The bald man cupped his hands, his body was now just a skeleton. The god spoke solemnly, "The supreme god will remember your selfless offering. Your flesh and blood will eternally coexist with God." The next one, a young man with brown hair, gagged with a cloth, emitted a stuttering sound, "You, The god nodded slightly, "A condemned sinner, it seems you have something to say. I grant you permission to speak." The brown-haired man, tears streaming down his cheeks, shouted, "Everyone, don't trust this fiend. This evil ritual won't save anyone. He just wants to exploit our lives and blood to forge the Book of Blood, summoning evil to descend upon the world. We've all been fooled." Below the platform, the crowd murmured in rebuttal, "This sinner dares to slander the archbishop. He's gone mad. Someone like him has no faith at all. He isn't worthy to partake in this holy ritual." The brown-haired man shouted in anger, "You are the real crazies blinded by superstition. If this continues, we all will die." The god coldly replied, "Silence. The supreme god will not hold the utterances of citizens against them. Even though his faith has been distorted, the god still loves every human equally." He turned to the crowd, "Now, let us pray for this lost goat. May the Book of Blood purify his wandering soul. May he rediscover his original faith." Everyone began to pray. A brown-haired person, tears streaming down their face, spoke up, "Don't. Why won't you listen to me? Are you crazy? You're all crazy." Yi Wu, gritting his teeth in anger, thought, "It's so annoying, why does every world have these kinds of cults? But if that's the case, then the requirements of this mission are very strange. Why do I have to save these cultists? Could it be that this mission has been abandoned for so long that ordinary people have fallen into cults? In general, this mission seems a bit off. Laguna was tightly bound and pushed into the crowd, shouting loudly, "Let me go! You've got the wrong person. I am a Hunter Order branch priest, here to save you." Yi Wu was surprised, thinking to himself, what is happening? Didn't I tell Laguna to hide well? How could he have been captured? Not only that, but he exposed his identity. He has completely been deceived by the mission's content. This is really a bit troublesome. Well, regardless of what the mission entails, I have to rescue Laguna first and then figure it out. With that thought, Yi Wu gripped the holy potion tightly in his hand. A man in a black cloak kicked Laguna and coldly said, "Archbishop, this person was secretly peeking outside before. But his strength is very weak, he was caught by us in no time. Please give your instructions." Another one also kicked Laguna hard, laughing mockingly, "Fool. The god spoke, got it, go down." Laguna thought to himself, that's not right. These people are not good people at all, they are completely evil cultists. The mission content is all wrong. I need to think of a way to save myself. The deity spoke, "You say you are sent by the Hunter Order branch priest to rescue us, is that true?" Laguna smiled broadly and replied, "Absolutely true. You can verify it through the hunter's badge in my pocket. But that is just my facade. In fact, I have heard that your church always accepts refugees and heals the common people. I truly admire that. You are indeed a group of evil people with a noble belief, unlike the Hunter Order branch priest who has now lost their faith. So please, allow me to join you." The deity responded, "It seems you are also a person of faith. Untie him." A voice rang out, "Yes, Archbishop." Yi Wu, hiding behind the door, thought to himself, fortunately, this guy is smart enough to notice something is off. If he can take the opportunity to gather some intelligence, that would be even better. Laguna smiled brightly and said, "Archbishop, I still don't quite understand your church. Could you introduce it a bit? What is your relation to the secret blood?" Yi Wu was taken aback and thought, oh no. I told him to gather intelligence, but I didn't tell him to ask directly like that. The god laughed heartily and spoke, "The secret blood, huh? A church that's just a bit larger, after all. We will soon surpass them. As for the small ancient gods they worship, compared to the supreme will which is even more ancient and grand that we venerate, they are hardly worth mentioning." Yi Wu was surprised, quietly thinking, what on earth is the supreme will? But hearing that name, could it be related to the material bearing the supreme aura that the resurrection potion needs? If it is indeed related, then I could gather important materials to create the resurrection potion in this world. Laguna spoke up, "Supreme will. Could it be that book?" The god laughed loudly, responding, "Fool. The supreme will is the transcendent God, the blessing that the God grants us. When the red light envelopes the page, ancient characters appear, and the underworld is opened, then we can welcome our supreme God." The god continued, "That's right, I have opened my heart to you. Now is the time for you to show your sincerity." Laguna trembled and said, "This. What should I do? Didn't you say you would release me?" The red light exploded. A man in a black cloak shouted, "Archbishop, be careful." The god calmly replied, "Oh, there's still a lost goat? No rush, wait for this ritual to be completed, and it will be your turn to join us." Ha ha. Yi Wu held several vials of potion in his hand and spoke, "I'm sorry, I have no interest in joining a cult." Inside, Yi Wu quietly calculated. If he wanted to save Laguna and retreat safely, the chances were indeed scarce. If the situation turned unfavorable, he might have no choice but to summon a stronger force to escape. However, doing so would lead to unpredictable reactions. Damn it, the curse of the ancient gods that MOC mentioned before is indeed something to be worried about. The men in black cloaks around him reacted with surprise, "Oh my! Look at that! What's happening to him? In the distance, a god with a perplexed expression spoke up. What is causing you all to panic like this? The god's gaze settled on Laguna. The vines wrapped tightly around him as if wanting to drain all his life force. He spoke, his face full of astonishment. Impossible. The Supreme Will is rejecting his blood? This has never happened. One of the cloaked figures whispered, "What kind of kiddo is this?" Not far away, Laguna was entangled by the vines, sweat soaking his face. Fear flashed in his mind. These tentacles are disgusting. Am I about to be drained into a dry corpse? No. Yi Wu, save me. A man with a long white beard and a crown on his head stood nearby, his eyes full of suspicion. He looked at the hand of God, an object created based on the incantations from the Book of Blood, craving flesh and blood instinctively. He murmured, seemingly in disbelief, "This hand only needs to attach to a living being for a few seconds to drain their blood. It has absorbed the blood and flesh of hundreds of people, but this situation has never occurred. What is so special about this kiddo?" A person dressed in a hooded cloak spoke to the one standing near the hand of God, gently wrapping around him as if to affirm his existence. Someone else immediately questioned, "Could it be that he is the destined one, the one chosen by the gods?" A purple-haired individual, irritable, raised their hand to refute. Nonsense. Clearly, his blood has become so tainted that even the Supreme Will despises him. A sinner like him should be executed immediately. The person next to him nodded in agreement. Right. Kill him at once, we cannot allow him to tarnish the sacred ritual. On the other side, a hooded figure with a large orange light in his hand shouted, "Foolish. Are you all planning to kill someone who might be the destined one? Perhaps he will lead us to a new life." Another person, with flames blazing in their hands, sneered, "You are all fools. How could a person of unknown origins possibly be the destined one?" The long-bearded man, holding a weapon, suddenly shouted, "Silence! The altar ceremony is not to be disputed. Matters concerning this person can be discussed later. For now, subdue the intruder first." A powerful voice echoed, "Obey. To dare disrupt the sacred ritual, you deserve to die. Stand still and obediently accept the suppression. We can allow you to die a little more comfortably." At this moment, Yi Wu had been standing there for some time. Yi Wu floated into the air and said, "Surrendering is not my style." Immediately after, they shot countless golden beams toward Yi Wu, but he quickly evaded their power. One of them spoke up, "This guy has devil wings, shoot him down for me." Yi Wu anxiously looked around. Although he had a couple of enhanced attributes, when facing the bullets from many level 50 individuals, dodging was still exhausting. He decided to take the initiative to attack, reducing the number of cult followers first before considering anything else. Yi Wu dropped countless vials, which emitted a blue light. As the vials fell, one member of the group shouted, "It's poison, hold your breath." Chaos immediately ensued, and countless voices erupted, making it impossible to hear clearly. One person said, "This isn't ordinary poison, this is a special one." Then, two people in the group embraced and kissed passionately, which was the effect of the kissing poison. Another person exclaimed, "I can't stop." One member was spinning around, which was the effect of the dancing poison. Another kept slapping his face to the point of tears, laughing heartily. He said, "I'm such a fool, that's the effect of the intelligence-reducing poison." Finally, one individual affected by the poison lay motionless on the ground, crying, "Destroy it all, hurry, I'm so tired." Yi Wu dodged the attacks from the yellow beams while thinking, "Have they separated? I was planning to wait for them to regroup to execute a wide area attack, but now at least half of them haven't been poisoned. This is a bit troublesome." He still held two mysterious-looking vials in his hand. A loud explosion rang out, followed by a loud shout, "Yi Wu, be careful!" Yi Wu quickly rolled to evade the attack, but his shoulder was still injured. He muttered softly, "Ah. I used to burn others with the Qian Emperor, it was bound to cause trouble sooner or later when going out to play." Nevertheless, Yi Wu had fully restored his strength, reaching 100%. He slowly descended and smiled lightly. A level 50 attack hitting my level 18 body really doesn't make much difference. If I hadn't taken the enhancement potion beforehand, I might have died by now. The soldiers of the bearded man charged forward wildly. One of them shouted confidently, "This time there's no way out, right? No matter how potent your poison is, my numbers still have the advantage. Just submit to death obediently." Yiwu calmly looked at them, his eyes glinting with sharpness, ready for a fight to the death. Yiwu looked at the swarm of soldiers rushing towards him, frowned in annoyance, and said, "You want to kill me? You have to try much harder than that." Afterward, he laughed and charged forward, using the power of yellow light to fire at the soldiers. Whaler Guillotine, level 40, was available for automatic targeting. Infinite ammunition had been enhanced with fire attribute damage. One soldier, severely injured, covered his face in pain and shouted, "What? What kind of weapon is this?" Another, also gravely wounded, cried out in agony, "I'm burning. This must be the weapon of the demon. He's a demon, someone save me." Meanwhile, a calm voice rang out, "This weapon, while very strange, does not deliver lethal attacks. Quickly defend yourselves, do not rush to attack." Yiwu soared into the air, thinking to himself, level 40 weapons deal limited damage to enemies at level 50. Luckily, the people here have never seen firearms before. Moreover, I just used the skill of restoration learned to enhance the turret, causing fire attribute damage and creating an unexpected intimidation effect. After that, Yiwu flew forward, heading towards the position of the old man with the white beard. He thought to himself, taking advantage of the fact that these people were still in shock, he must rescue Laguna first. He held a weapon, raised it in front, and said, "The Supreme will measure the soul of a sinner as deeply flawed as you, making you the most suitable sacrifice. Wait for me to deal with this person, and you will be next. Believe that our Supreme God is eager to indulge in your flesh and blood. You should feel honored." Yiwu wore a smug smile as he looked ahead. He thought, it seems the cult loves to use language to taint the will of others. But in the art of verbal combat, I have never lost to anyone. He laughed heartily, provoking him, "Is that so? Your mouth is always full of phrases like Supreme will, Supreme God. But I think people may not necessarily hold you in high regard." He shouted angrily, "Shut up. You are not allowed to insult the Supreme Will, nor are you allowed to underestimate the love of the Supreme God for me. I have sacrificed hundreds of people for him. He cannot possibly be unaware of my reverence. I am his destined one." Yiwu pointed at Laguna, who was bound, and said with a laugh, "Is that so? It seems your old love cannot compare to your new love. No one sees your Supreme Will as anything more than a dog stuck to him. So intimate that you cannot bear to let go. Have you ever experienced such treatment? That person is the true destined one." Yiwu, with a pale face, blood splattered all over, continuously screamed, "Nonsense, nonsense, nonsense. That sinner with a mouth full of filth dares to defame the Supreme Will. The deep voice of the deity still echoes in my ears." Then, with a bloodied face, he continued, "I am the one chosen by the deity, he has not abandoned me." He laughed wildly, blood streaming down, "I can feel it, I can feel it. This is the power of the Supreme Will. How sweet it is, how powerful it is. The divine is within my body, he has not forsaken me." As soon as he finished speaking, he furiously grabbed his weapon, his eyes shining with madness. "Today, I will personally annihilate your filthy soul. I am the Punisher of the Womb Deity. Level 1 Punisher of the Womb Deity, achieving 100%. At this moment, Laguna frowned, worriedly saying, "Yiwu, run away. Don't mind me, he is too dangerous. If you fight him, you will lose your life." Yiwu was struggling to fight a giant man with a long white beard, wearing a crown. He was using the power of orange light, launching powerful attacks. However, a blue energy sphere protected Yiwu from harm. This was the power of intermediate energy L50, with a shield index of 0%. A notification appeared, "The world of the Shadow King only allows the use of construction props below level 55. Yi Wu stood inside the protective circle, smiling as he said, "Got it. That's why I planted 2 layers of energy shields. The goal is to buy time to escape danger for a moment and take medicine." After that, he quickly used Master Level Speed Potion, increases evasion rate, lasts 3 minutes. Master Level Steel Potion, enhances defense, lasts 3 minutes. Master Level Synthetic Strength Potion, boosts physical attack, lasts 3 minutes. Once he was ready, Yi Wu grew wings and flew up, breaking through the protective circle. He muttered angrily, "Damn it. This boss, although it attacks slowly, has an incredibly large attack range. Even using potions to compensate for attribute distance, I still cannot confront it directly. The only way left is to use a kite strategy to wear down its health." Then, countless streams of power struck towards the roots of the white-bearded man. Notifications continuously popped up: HP reduced by 5 points, HP reduced by 5 points. He smirked disdainfully and said, "This kind of damage is nothing, completely ineffective." Golden and orange beams continued to shoot towards him and his roots. At this moment, Yi Wu was hovering in the air, laughing loudly. "I don't expect this tower defense to seriously injure you, but this is just the main act." He frowned, caught off guard, when Yi Wu sneered, continuing, "Archbishop, it's time to wake up and take your medicine." Immediately after, a vial of potion fell from above, creating a myriad of green smoke. The smoke rose accompanied by flickering lightning. The white-bearded man held his weapon, stepped forward, and shouted loudly, "Intermediate energy shield. Level 50. 0% armor stat." Yi Wu grimaced, clearly sensing his power had significantly diminished. He sighed, "Now I'm down to level 1, and my energy stat is only at 50%. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-bearded man charged in to attack. Yi Wu hurriedly dodged, but unfortunately, he was grazed by a blow. He winced in pain and thought to himself, "Such high damage. Could it be that the poison I used before had no effect?" The white-bearded man laughed, revealing his sharp teeth. He looked at Yi Wu, his voice laced with provocation, "Do you have any more strange tools? Go ahead and use them. I will show you what true despair is." The vicarious Punisher of God, level 100, possesses formidable powers with skills like kissing poison, dancing poison, mind-breaking toxicity, eternal dreams, and bubble phantom. It has been reported that the immortals have immunity to most control skills and mental toxins, so Yi Wu must be cautious. Additionally, high-level holy light potions can reduce the effectiveness of the immortals by up to 70%, enhancing the chances of dealing with the boss. He lifted his weapon high as Yi Wu used his wings to fly away from him. He thought, "Damn, I underestimated this opponent too much. If normal attacks are ineffective, I must change my strategy." Yi Wu said to Laguna, "Get away from those tentacles. I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer." Laguna was restrained by the roots, grimacing and shuddering as he said, I've used all my strength, but the more I struggle, the tighter it gets. Damn it, just give me a little more time." Yi Wu flew forward with determination, thinking, "Then I can only use all the physical damage poisons and see how long I can hold out." He held several vials of colorful poison in his hands and sneered, "Don't you want to see my tricks? Then try my master-level ultra-strong poison." The old man with the white beard continuously fell victim to the toxic techniques of Yi Wu. The attacks, infused with the power of extreme acid, corrosive fire, and even the extreme cold, came crashing down one after another. He groaned in pain, exclaiming, "It hurts." Even if you are not affected by the control status, you still have to endure the physical damage of the extreme poison. Laguna looked at the roots tightly wrapped around him, gritting his teeth as he said, "You are really despicable." Yi Wu poured all his strength into confronting the boss, constantly reminding himself, "I cannot give up so easily." He charged forward, shouting, "Let me go." Yi Wu sat on the old white-bearded man's body, causing the man to stammer out a choked word. At this moment, Yi Wu's strength had dropped to only 32% and 28%. However, he continued to fight resolutely. A level 18 character, often mocked as shameless and useless, now took up his weapon and charged forward with newfound strength. Yiwu felt his strength surge to 100%, leaping into the air to avoid the shattering rocks flying around. In his heart, he thought, this is too dangerous. This kind of blood exchange battle is truly extremely risky. Even so, Yiwu knew he still had some health left to hold on, while the enemy was not in the same condition as before. The old white-bearded man stood up, gripping his weapon tightly. His strength had now decreased from 100% to 50%, then crept up to 75%. He looked at Yiwu, speaking with a tone full of resentment. You, a tiny being, have managed to wound me to this extent. I truly have to look at you differently. But from here on, everything will come to an end. He looked at Yiwu flying by, angrily saying, this damn fly wants to escape again. Laguna was still dazzled. Yiwu thought, now isn't the time to risk my life against the boss, I must save Laguna from this battle first. He threw vials of medicine at Laguna. The long white-bearded man looked at them with an annoyed expression and warned, if you dare to stain the hand of God, I will not spare you. Yiwu soared into the air, surrounded by a pink circle. He was very weak, with only 5% of his strength left. With 10% LV, he still remained at 18. Yiwu used the intermediate energy shield power L50, with a shield value of 0%, to recover his strength. He thought to himself, damn it, I didn't expect the attack power of this tentacle to be higher than even the boss. I can't get close to Laguna this time, what should I do? He was furious, using the tentacles to entangle his own soldiers, then shouted, the fly buzzing around, not dying, I will definitely tear you apart and sacrifice you to our supreme god. Evil people, quickly enter my body so we can purge this unforgivable sin together. One of the soldiers entangled by the tentacle laughed and said, finally I can get closer to the supreme will, right? Ha ha. A person shouted, God, please save us. Another person tears up and said, please, I don't want to be eaten. An old man held a glowing orange orb in his hand, saying, divine karma, rectify all sins. Someone asked, has the boss entered the second phase already? The boss was already strong, and now it has become even more terrifying. Yiwu flew into the sky, surrounded by sparkling golden rays of light shining down on him. He thought, with this system, can I use a magic crystal to summon the hearts of the group of bugs? A voice announced, cannot. Dai Hao thought to himself, then what about summoning the ancient gods? This time there was an announcement, aloud. However, summoning the Licorn world here will lead to unpredictable consequences. Behind Yiwu, a blinding orange light erupted. He asked, unpredictable consequences? Immediately, countless orange beams surged towards Yiwu, but he quickly dodged. His power surged to 80%, then suddenly dropped to 10%. Yiwu thought to himself, damn it. With such a dense fireball, I can't heal in time. His power surged back to 60%, but then dropped to 20% again. A voice called out, Yiwu, be careful. Yiwu shouted, damn it, let me go. Laguna just broke free from the tentacle, happily saying, we did it. However, his left wing was still not completely free. Laguna held the sword and chopped off his left arm. Blood splattered everywhere. Gritting his teeth, he said, just one left arm, don't think you can stop me. Blood flowed down the vibrant red tendrils. Laguna turned his head, his eyes full of determination, and said, look, I finally did it. Yiwu sat inside, surrounded by a protective circle of blue light. He shouted, I told you to break free, not to chop off your own hand. Quickly drink the potion I gave you earlier and run away. I'll hold this boss back. Laguna stood there, two streams of orange-yellow light appearing in his hands. Even though his body was very weak, with only about 15 to 30% of his strength left, he smiled and said to Yiwu, how could I leave you behind to live alone? Even in death, I want to die with you. I'm not afraid of anything. Yiwu laughed, lightly scolding, what kind of words are you saying? Who said anything about you dying? But if you're not even afraid of death. Then, disregarding all unpredictable consequences, Yiwu declared, we will face everything, even summoning the ancient god's Licorn. At that moment, countless tendrils surged forward, a powerful light hitting a man with a white beard. He was startled, his face showing a hint of worry as he said, "I can't move anymore. Why is the hand of God attacking its most loyal follower?" At this moment, he was very weak, only retaining about 10%. A strange current of energy emerged, seemingly determining the fate of the person in front. He was called the sparkling depths of obsession. If I could merge with him, I would become the ruler, a shadow king. The sound of screams emanated from thousands of threads of blood, creating a terrifying atmosphere. He laughed loudly, looking at me and said, "What are you afraid of? Unite with me, become part of the supreme will." In that viscous mass, a monster kept moaning pathetically. He desperately cried out, "No! Supreme will! I have given up all other beliefs, have dedicated all the desires you wished for. Why have you abandoned me here?" Despite struggling, he could not escape the blood threads pulling him toward the darkness. Witnessing that horrifying scene, Laguna, the one who caused all of this, nonchalantly licked the blood on his hands. "No, no, no! I am granting you a privilege. It is because of your loyalty that I allow your lowly body to become a part of me." He scoffed, his eyes filled with mockery, "You have no right to refuse." On the opposite side, the one turned into a victim was now left with only an arm that had not been consumed. He roared madly, "No! This is not the outcome I wanted. Clearly, I am the chosen one. Everything of mine has been exploited by you. I will not accept this." His moans gradually grew fainter, then disappeared completely. The system notification sounded, level increased by 3. Completed the mission GC boss. Earned 1 million experience and 100,000 gold. At this moment, Laguna had reached level 33. Both health and magic power were fully restored. Yiwu stood behind, silently pondering. I had only heard of the power of the Shadow King before, but witnessing it firsthand is truly shocking. If so, Laguna's plan is about to come to fruition. The pressure of survival will decrease significantly from now on. However, it is essential to quickly clarify whether the power of the shadow has any adverse impact on Lina. Laguna turned around and softly said, "Thank you, Yiwu." At that moment, his complexion turned pale, and his eyes gradually lost focus. His weak voice echoed, "You are right. With this power, I will have the ability to protect you. And also Christina." Before he could finish his words, Laguna's body went limp, lost balance, and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Yiwu caught him just in time. Looking at his unconscious form, Yiwu wondered, has he fainted? He quietly observed Laguna. It seemed that he still had not fully adapted to the conflicting influences of this power. Yiwu whispered, "You don't need to thank me. I'm sorry, it was I who led you onto this path with no way out." Suddenly, the sound from the system echoed, "You have received the Master Alchemy skill book. This skill allows you to refine metals, freely changing their properties and forms, including converting cheap metals into precious ones like gold." After reading the note, Yiwu began to calculate his next steps. This ability is the dream of generations of alchemists. However, Yiwu understood that in the current era, gold is no longer as valuable as before. Instead, magic crystals have become a more precious resource. Nevertheless, in the world of Shadow King, gold is still a form of currency for exchanging goods. Yiwu thought, I must seize this opportunity to stockpile gold, buy as many necessary items as possible, to ensure Laguna has a comfortable life, not having to worry about food and clothing. At the very least, I can compensate for some of my shortcomings. Or maybe buy an extravagant castle? While Yiwu was still pondering, the system's voice rang out again, "Current progress of the main quest, 19%. Yiwu was surprised, 19%? That fast? Could it be that I have inadvertently accelerated Laguna's fate? If so, do I have the chance to change this fate, turning a terrible ending into a happy one? A spark of initiative flashed, "You are not of this world?" Suddenly, a deep voice emanated from nowhere. Darkness coalesced, and a head slowly emerged. "You carry the scent of the ancient gods. and there is a soul connection with Laguna. From within the shadows, a being forged from cosmic matter appeared. Streams of mystical power surrounded his body. The mysterious figure spoke, "I know the wonders of the sparkling depths, but I cannot know who you are." In response to the questioning, Yiwu casually put his hands in his pockets and replied, "You don't need to know who I am. In any case, I am not your enemy. I will help Laguna become the king of this world while also fulfilling your purpose." Seemingly sensing something special about Yiwu, the mysterious figure smiled and said, "As long as you gather all the scattered fragments across the world, becoming king is as easy as turning over your palm. You have this power, and I trust it." He extended his hand, intending to agree. But Yiwu immediately stepped back and coldly said, "Wait, it's not that simple. Right now, I have 2 questions I want to know." He went straight to the point. "First, what is your ultimate goal? Second, what specific harm will you bring to Laguna?" Hearing this, the mysterious figure casually replied, "These 2 questions are very easy to answer." Without beating around the bush, the mysterious figure declared outright, "First, my ultimate goal is revenge. I need to restore all of my strength and devour the 10 ancient gods that the god of destruction has split apart. Second, the consequence of a mortal merging with me is bloodthirst. That person will have an endless desire for blood, especially the blood of strongmen. Moreover, the owner of the blood does not necessarily have to be human. It could be a monster, an elf, or even a giant dragon. All strongmen in this world can be used by me. The stronger the blood I absorb, the greater my power becomes. One day, I will surely escape the confinement of the current world." He imagined the scene of himself returning to the vast, haunting sparkling depths after breaking the seal through the slaughter of sentient beings, a feeling of extreme pleasure. Hearing this, Yiwu silently felt fortunate. He thought, "Indeed, it is bloodthirst, but at least the silver lining in this misfortune is that this blood does not necessarily have to be human." The feeling of guilt in his heart was somewhat alleviated. However, on the surface, Yiwu still showed interest in the mysterious figure's plan, devour the ancient gods? It seems our goals align. "So, do you know where your fragments are scattered around this world?" The mysterious figure confidently replied, "Of course, these fragments are like the organs of my body, I can clearly sense their distribution and existence. The largest piece recently is in Lingwei City." Yiwu urged him, "Lingwei City? What are we waiting for? Let's quickly wake Laguna and set off." He was surprised by this enthusiasm himself. He murmured, "So efficient? With a strong man like you by my side, this kid is really lucky." Then, the figure slowly blended into the darkness. Yiwu stood there, watching the figure vanish, then said to himself, "No, encountering me may be the greatest misfortune of his life." At this moment, Laguna gradually recovered and regained consciousness. Unaware of the conversation that had just taken place, he innocently asked, "Oh, why did I fall asleep? How long have I been out? I hope I didn't delay anything." Yiwu pulled him to his feet and replied, "It's fine, it's good that you're awake. We have important matters to attend to." Laguna nodded in agreement. "Okay. So where are we going next?" "Lingwei City," Yiwu repeated. Laguna, not doubting at all, immediately agreed, "No problem. I feel the power within me surging continuously, I am in better condition than ever. Lingwei City, which I thought was out of reach before, I am now completely confident that I can conquer it." "Right, let's go." Yiwu nodded. Then he cast his eyes on the tragic, devastated scene around him and wondered, how did this mission end up like this? What should I say to the hunters? Yiwu simply replied, "No need to worry, they provided the wrong mission details, so this result is understandable." Just as both of them were about to set off, 3 strangers wearing hoods appeared. The leader shouted, "Stop! Was this done by you?" Their appearance surprised Yiwu. "Who are you?" The man removed his hood, revealing a fierce face. "We are members of the Hunter Order Branch Priest Headquarters, assigned to oversee this elite mission and retrieve the Book of Blood." He raised his voice, "I'll ask again, was this done by you?" Suddenly, one of the men behind reported, "Senior, the Book of Blood is incorrect." Ignoring their domineering attitude, Yu seemed unfazed and spoke, "As you can see, the situation is like this. I don't know anything about the other matters." Feeling disrespected, the leader drew a spellbook and ordered, "Did I allow you to leave? What have you done with the Book of Blood? If you don't make it clear, don't expect to leave here alive today." The two henchmen immediately coordinated, drawing weapons and aiming them at Yiwu and Laguna. According to the system's display information, the three were respectively Hu Ji at level 102, Mao Qian at level 98, and Mao Yuan at level 96. The screams echoed, blending with the slimy sounds, creating a horrifying atmosphere. "Don't run. Come here. What are you afraid of? Let us merge into one, become the flesh and blood of the Supreme Will." Inside the disgusting slimy layer, the monster continued to wail pitifully, "No. Supreme Will, I have given up all other faiths, devoted every desire that you desire. Why have you abandoned me here?" Despite struggling to hold on, he could not resist the force of the blood thread pulling him back. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Laguna, the one who caused it all, calmly licked the blood still clinging to his hand. "Abandoned? No, I am fulfilling you. It is precisely because of your loyalty that I bestow grace, allowing this lowly body to become a part of me." Laguna smirked, his eyes filled with disdain. "You have no right to refuse." On the opposite side, the unfortunate one now had only an arm that had not been consumed. He screamed in desperation, "No! This is not the outcome I wanted. Clearly, I am the chosen one. Why is everything that belongs to me being exploited by you people? I refuse to accept this." The screams gradually faded, giving way to strange sounds. Eventually, the space returned to silence. The system voice echoed, "Level increased by 3. GC boss completed. Received 1 million experience points and 100,000 gold. Laguna has now reached level 33. Both his vitality and evil magic have been fully restored." Yiwu stood quietly behind, thinking to himself, "Before, when I only heard about it, I didn't feel anything special, but now, witnessing the power of the Shadow King with my own eyes, I am truly shocked. It seems that Laguna's ability to hack has come at just the right time. With this, the pressure of survival in the future will be significantly reduced. However, I need to quickly clarify whether the power of the shadow has any adverse effects on Laguna." Laguna turned around and said, "Thank you, Yiwu." Immediately after, his face suddenly turned pale, and his eyes began to lose focus. "You are truly talented for advising me to obtain such great power. Thanks to this, I have the ability to protect you, as well as Christina." Before he could finish speaking, his body went limp and lost balance, falling to the ground. Fortunately, Yiwu timely reached out to catch him. He looked at the motionless figure and wondered, has he fainted? Upon closer observation, Yiwu realized that Laguna had not fully adapted to the adverse effects from his new power. He softly said, "You don't need to thank me. I'm sorry, I have led you down a path with no way out. Your fate in the future perhaps will not be as you wish." At that moment, a voice from the system echoed, "Received Master Level Alchemy Skill Book. This skill can refine metals, allowing for the arbitrary transformation of attributes and forms of metals, from common metals to precious metals, including gold." Yiwu finished reading the notes and began calculating the next moves to transmute gold. This is something that many alchemists have dreamed of since ancient times. However, gold in this era is not as valuable as magic crystal. In the world of Shadow King, gold is still used as currency for trading goods. Therefore, Yiwu thought he should seize this opportunity to stock up. He decided to use the gold to ensure that Laguna could live without worrying about food and clothing, at least to compensate for some of his past shortcomings. Yiwu contemplated, how about buying a really beautiful castle? As he was thinking, the notification sound rang out, "Current main quest progress, 19%. Yiwu was surprised, only 19%, and the forced mission is almost complete? It seems I have unintentionally accelerated Laguna's fate. He wondered, is there any possibility of changing fate, turning this bad ending into a happy ending? An idea sparked in his mind. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from the void, "You are not a person of this world?" Shadows gathered, and a head slowly emerged. "You carry the scent of the ancient gods, and you have a soul link with Laguna." Immediately after, a being made of cosmic material appeared. Surrounding his body, mystical streams of power swirled, bringing with them an indescribable pressure. The mysterious figure spoke, "I know the wonders of the stars, but I cannot know who you are." In response to the question, Yu casually replied while putting his hands in his pockets, "You don't need to know who I am, just know that I am not your enemy. I will help Laguna become the king of this world, and I can also help you achieve your goals." Sensing Yu's extraordinary presence, the mysterious figure laughed and said, "As long as you collect all the scattered fragments across the world, becoming king is as easy as turning your palm. You have this power, and I believe that." He extended his hand, as if to seal the deal with Yi-Wu. "So? This matter isn't as easy as it seems." Yi-Wu walked past him slowly and replied, "Wait, don't do unnecessary things. Right now, I have 2 questions I want to know." He went straight to the point. "First, what is your ultimate goal? Second, what specific harm will you cause to Laguna?" Hearing that, the figure answered comfortably, "These 2 questions are very easy to answer." Without beating around the bush, the mysterious figure boldly declared, "Firstly, my ultimate goal is revenge and to restore all my power, to engulf the 13 ancient gods that the god of destruction has scattered. Secondly, the consequence of a human merging with me is bloodthirst, which will create an eternal craving for blood, especially the blood of the strong." He smiled sinisterly. "The master of the blood does not limit itself to humanity. It could be a monster, an elf, or even a giant dragon. All creatures in this world can be used by me. The stronger the blood I absorb, the greater my power will become. One day, I will definitely break free from the shackles of this current world." He delightedly imagined the scene of himself being free after breaking the seal through slaughtering beings. The image of the sparkling depths gradually expanded in his mind, making him even more excited. Hearing that, Yi-Wu felt fortunate. He thought, "Indeed, it's bloodthirst. But in this misfortune, it's fortunate that this blood does not necessarily have to come from humanity." The feeling of guilt in his heart lightened somewhat. However, on the outside, he still maintained an interested expression towards his plan. "Devour the ancient gods, huh?" Yi-Wu chuckled lightly, "It seems our goals coincide. So, do you know where your fragments are distributed in this world?" The mysterious figure confidently replied, "Of course. These fragments are like the organs of my body. I can sense their distribution and existence clearly. The largest piece nearby is located in Lingwei City." Yi-Wu hastened, "Lingwei City, huh? Then what are we waiting for? Let's quickly awaken Laguna and get on our way." He himself was surprised by Yi-Wu's enthusiasm. He mumbled, "Is it really that effective? With a strong man like you by his side, this kid is truly fortunate." After saying that, his figure vanished into the darkness. Yi-Wu looked around and, seeing no one left, muttered to himself, "If he didn't encounter me, it would probably be the greatest misfortune of his life." At this moment, Laguna gradually recovered and regained his composure. He innocently, without paying attention to the previous conversation, asked, "Why did I fall asleep? How long did I sleep? Did I delay anything?" Yi-Wu helped Laguna to his feet and replied with a smile, "It's okay, waking up is all that matters. There are still many important things waiting for us." Laguna responded enthusiastically, saying, "All right. Where are we going next?" "To Lingwei City," Yi-Wu answered. Without any doubt, Laguna immediately agreed, "No problem. I feel like the power within me is flowing endlessly. My physical condition is at its peak." Previously, Lingwei City was a place he couldn't reach, but now, Laguna was completely confident that he could achieve his goal. He glanced around at the ruined and desolate scenery around him, then wondered, how did this mission end up like this? How should I explain this to the hunters? Yi-Wu simply replied, "No need to worry. If they provided the mission details incorrectly, then they should also consider the possibility of this outcome. While both were about to set off, three hooded strangers suddenly appeared from somewhere. The leader spoke up, "Stop. This mess was caused by you, wasn't it?" The unexpected appearance startled Yi Wu. He asked, "Who are you?" In response, the leader pulled down his hood, revealing a fierce face. "We are members of the headquarters of the Hunter Order, branch priest, assigned to supervise this elite mission and retrieve the Book of Blood." "I'll ask again, did you do this?" Suddenly, one of the men behind reported, "Boss, the Book of Blood is wrong." Ignoring their aggressive demeanor, Yi Wu and Laguna remained calm. Yi Wu stated, "As you can see, this is the situation. I don't know about the other things." Feeling disrespected, the leader suddenly pulled out a spellbook and shouted loudly, "Stop. I haven't permitted you to leave. What have you done with the Book of Blood? If you don't explain clearly, don't expect to survive here today." His two lackeys quickly coordinated, aiming their weapons at Yi Wu and Laguna. According to the system information, these three were Hu Ji, level 102, Mao Qian level 98, and Mao Yuan level 96. Laguna worriedly ran back and explained, "Please wait a moment, we just arrived here, so we really don't know the specific details. Moreover, our level is not enough to fight the monsters here. We just wanted to try our luck, but we didn't expect to be robbed by someone else first." The old man in front, with red eyes and a dark chest, looked at Yi Wu, who was trying to explain what had happened. He coldly said, "Is that how it is? Whether to believe it or not is up to me. But we will not easily let this matter go." Yi Wu lowered his head, quietly replied, "We have no other way. If you don't believe, please investigate for yourself." Suddenly, he threw a powerful punch into Yi Wu's stomach, causing him to double over in pain. "Do you think I will believe your words?" he growled. Yi Wu had no time to react, he could only endure the blow. The old man was determined not to leave them an escape route, clearly not wanting anyone to survive here. Fortunately, Laguna, standing behind, quickly caught Yi Wu, preventing him from falling to the ground. "Yi Wu!" Laguna worriedly called his name and clenched his teeth as he looked at the old man. "You scoundrel! Even if you are a member of the Hunter Order branch priest, daring to lay hands on him, I will never forgive you." Laguna's left hand started to transform, but Yi Wu quickly grabbed his shirt. He said softly, "Calm down. With our current strength, defeating them wouldn't be difficult, but if we do that, we will no longer have a way back to the Hunter Order branch priest. At that time, how can I protect my faith and the goddess in my heart?" Yi Wu stood up, reassuring, "Don't worry, I don't blame you, nor do I intend to take offense here. I already have my own calculations in mind. Even though I pulled you into this difficult situation, I still hope to preserve your last bit of stubbornness." He continued, his gaze resolute. "Moreover, the punch I just threw wasn't light. I hope to use this bit of humiliation to let things pass." As soon as Yi Wu finished speaking, another person charged at him, hitting him hard in the face. The man arrogantly said, "What are you laughing at? Not going to talk? Do you think we wouldn't dare? We are exactly the ones granted the special privilege to assassinate by the Hunter Order branch priest. A common person like you has no one to hold accountable." Yi Wu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, still able to muster a bit of a smile. He said, "What good is a privilege if you can just do as you please? That sounds tempting. I'm starting to feel interested in joining your Hunter Order branch priest." Upon hearing this, the group immediately charged in without mercy. One of the men mocked, "Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut." The older man in the group looked at Laguna and coldly said, "If he refuses to speak, then you should. You are from the Hunter Order branch priest, and I don't need to remind you of the rules, do I? If I find out you are hiding something or lying, the harshest punishment from the congregation awaits you." He raised his transforming hand, laughing with a chilling and contemptuous tone. I never expected that the only Hunter Order branch priest I ever believed in would degenerate into such chaos." He bit hard into his hand until blood flowed, his eyes filled with determination. "Forget it. I will rely on my own methods to rebuild the Hunter Order branch priest, not just for myself but for this entire world. Laguna stood there, filled with remorse. He thought to himself, I'm sorry, Yiwu. I know you placed so much hope in the Hunter Order branch priest, but right now they are not worth your sacrifice for me. He splashed blood onto the bodies of the Hunter Order branch priest's subordinates. Those guys could only raise their hands in panic to shield themselves, but that did not prevent the consequences. What the hell? What is this weird stuff sticking to us? A tiny creature suddenly appeared from the blood smeared on the shoulder of one hunter. They began to spread, grotesquely transforming their bodies. AAA. On me. Why is something disgusting like this growing? Two members of the congregation were completely controlled by these things. Their leader shouted in panic, damn it! What the hell is happening? Quickly use the recovery potion to save my life, then come to rescue you all. Laguna quickly grabbed the man's shoulders from behind. He coldly spoke, don't rush to leave. Didn't you want to use severe methods to punish me? Come here, I'm looking forward to it. The man felt terrified before Laguna's power. He stammered, this kid. Could it be he brought the Book of Blood? Without waiting long, Laguna immediately tightened his grip, seized the man's head, and bit hard into his neck. Blood splattered everywhere, causing the man to turn pale with fear. Ugh. How? Is this possible? At this moment, the man could only manage to stutter a few words but still tried to appear tough as he weakly threatened, you dare to confront the Hunter Order branch priest. You can't escape. Yiwu spoke from behind, his tone calm yet powerful, the ones who should run are you. You've provoked someone you shouldn't have. Laguna let the man down. His face was still smeared with blood, but a relieved smile appeared on his lips as he looked at Yiwu. He asked, are you all right? Yiwu sighed and replied, I'm sorry, I tried to hold back, but I just couldn't. At that moment, the system announced, Laguna has leveled up by 2 levels. Received 800,000 experience points, 80,000 gold coins, and a pass medal from the Hunter Order branch priest headquarters. The two looked at each other, then said nothing more. A battle had just concluded, but it seemed the real fight was still ahead. Yiwu stepped closer, sighed, and said, I have been short-sighted. I should not place my hopes in the teachings of the Hunter Order branch priest. They have become corrupt and lost their righteousness. Laguna nodded in agreement, that's right. So what you're saying now is not a joke. Yiwu continued, his eyes full of determination, I will use my own methods to rebuild the Hunter Order branch priest, even the whole world. The power within me is surging, and I have complete confidence in that. Laguna asked, so now we have to continue, right? You need to constantly strive to strengthen your own power. Yes. Yiwu nodded, let's go. To the next station. He mentioned the location, and the two headed towards Lingwei City. Lingwei City. Indeed, on the late night of the following day, they arrived at Lingwei City. While flying, Laguna remarked, Lingwei City is really far away, but I have managed to grasp the skill of flying. Previously, it took a lot of time to travel by horse, but now it's only 1 day to get here. Yiwu landed safely, looked at Laguna, and said, the truth is, I have involved you in this. If I were to fly at full speed alone, it would only take me half a day. The two stood still, gazing at the gloomy fortress before them. Laguna said seriously, I can't sense any signs of life within the city at all. Perhaps this place has become the domain of immortal monsters. Should we continue to fly over, or take the entrance to the sewer as planned? Yiwu remarked, if the haunting fragments fall into the city, there's a high chance they will merge with some kind of evil to absorb blood and maintain life. Therefore, it's better to be cautious, so the two decided to go through the sewer. Suddenly, something caught Yiwu's attention. He called Laguna back, Laguna, do you feel anything unusual? The sound of galloping horses echoed. A group of people appeared, led by Sir Sarian and Miss Christina from the Hunter Order branch priest. Both were surprised to see the scene and Christina immediately spoke up, Laguna, Yiwu, what are you doing here? Yiwu thought to himself, the Hunter Order branch priest investigated the situation at the Twilight Abyss so quickly? It can't be, this must just be a coincidence. But if so, what could be their purpose for coming here? At that moment, a notification from the system interrupted his thoughts. The progress of the main quest has reached 20%. Prepare to return. Upon hearing this, Yiwu cursed in anger, damn it. At such a crucial moment, the system is messing with me. He glanced at Laguna, Christina, and the surrounding context. Everything became hazy and full of implication. However, Yiwu understood that, for now, there was still something more important to do. Lisa anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" "Yiwu, who just called?" Yiwu gently shook his head, replying, "It's nothing, just an old friend." Suddenly, Maydik entered the room, his face beaming. "Boss, I've contacted the people from the Fragmented Dawn. The time and place for the deal have been confirmed." Lisa was astonished. "What? Your efficiency is that high?" Yiwu remained calm, responding to Maydik, "Thank you. This time, I've made the decision myself. After waiting so long, it's finally time for me to take my revenge." Yiwu, filled with determination, asked, "Maydik, tell me the time and location of the deal. I want to personally go check it out." Maydik quickly interjected, a bit anxious, "Wait, senior. You can't go alone. The terms of this deal require me to be present. The Fragmented Dawn operates very cautiously. If they don't see me, they won't show up." Yiwu thought for a moment before nodding. "All right, I will cooperate with you. But I want to ensure there are no slip-ups." Lisa suddenly chimed in, "I will also go with you too." Maydik frowned, immediately objecting, "No way. The situation this time is extremely complicated. I can't let you, the girl I love, take such a risk." Lisa coldly replied, her gaze full of challenge, "Huh? Who is your girl? Stop being so self-absorbed. I don't need you to worry about me." Yiwu heard the two arguing and couldn't help but speak up. "I also think it would be better if you don't get involved in this matter. You don't understand the reason behind it, and yet even he is saying such things. Answer Lisa's questions, will you? After all, this is a feud between me and the Fragmented Dawn. You don't need to be too involved, otherwise, it could affect your future life. Moreover, you should also go back and take care of your grandmother. She just recovered not long ago, shouldn't you be with her?" Lisa was convinced and had to agree, "You're right, I should go back now." "Yiwu, you must be careful." Maydik was completely astonished by how Yiwu handled the situation. He thought to himself, "What? Just a few words and Lisa obediently listens? I've talked until I'm blue in the face, offering a price several times higher than the market to buy her materials, and it couldn't move her. With the instincts of a wild beast, I must hold on to this man tightly. Boss, my connection with Lisa depends entirely on you now." Yiwu commanded, "Let's set off." The other person immediately complied, "At your command." When in the system space, Yiwu asked, "System, when is the next forced movement? And what is the current status of the Shadow King account?" The system immediately replied, "The next forced movement will be in 10 days. Currently, the Shadow King account has returned to usable status." However, the system announced, due to limitations on the progress of the main mission, only 20% of the initial strength can be displayed, equivalent to about level 200 in reality. At the same time, the expenditure has also decreased by 20%. In addition, the Twin Witch account has returned to a usable state. Yiwu pondered, 20% of the strength equivalent to level 200 also means that the level limit of the Shadow King and the Chien Emperor is 999. Yiwu considered, level 200 is sufficient to deal with those wild enemies, but it is still insufficient to fight against a boss at level 300. When will the system be able to end the forced mission to restore normal status? The system said, when the progress of the main mission reaches 50%, the restriction on transportation can be lifted, allowing the Shadow King account to utilize its full strength. Furthermore, the expenditure will be reduced by 50%. Regarding this, Yiwu remarked, "This is surprising news. Now Laguna has gained the strategic strength of the Shadow King, and there are no longer any issues. After that, simply overwhelming the opponent should speed up the progress of the main mission enough to respond to the next adversary. But there is still one unknown factor. Previously, Mr. Li called to say that Ling Yuan is about to find Huang Jin. This is happening faster than I expected. What method has Ling Yuan used to find Huang Jin? What relationship is there between her and Huang Jin? How powerful is Huang Jin? But someone called, "Captain." Mei Di shouted, "Captain." The call startled Yi Wu. He turned and asked, "What is it?" Mei Di looked outside, his tone serious. "Sorry to disturb your rest. We've arrived at the meeting point, but I don't see them anywhere." Yi Wu calmly replied, "There's nothing to worry about. Didn't you usually say if they didn't see you, they wouldn't show up? Let's go, get out of the car and wait." A subordinate nearby couldn't help but complain, "WTF, why did the Fragmented Dawn choose such a hot area for the transaction? The surface temperature here is almost 65 degrees. Another person in the group irritably said, "No one can handle the heat, why blame me? Why haven't they shown up yet?" Suddenly, from the distance, two figures were gradually approaching. One person in the group recognized them and said, "Look, are those two people from the Fragmented Dawn?" Another person was a bit surprised and spoke up, "Only two people came? That's strange." An older woman in the group reassured, "No need to worry. If it really comes to a fight, just the two of us are enough." The girl in question was Demon S, an officer of the Fragmented Dawn, and the younger girl was Nana. Yi Wu couldn't help but be astonished. That girl is Nana? Why is she here? The system reviewed and evaluated. Although her hairstyle and outfit have completely changed, through the scanner, her body structure is identical to Nana. Yi Wu felt that something was not right, but Nana's condition is clearly not stable. What exactly has happened? The system continued. The scan results show that her body has signs of forced alteration. Her main consciousness has been suppressed. She is now like a puppet being controlled. The device controlling her is likely that mask. Upon hearing this, Yi Wu's anger flared. There are actually people who can modify and simultaneously control Nana. The opponent must have achieved the level of an advanced engineer from the Fragmented Dawn or the Infinity. Whoever it is, must die. Mei Di was frightened by Yi Wu's reaction. He calmed himself and said, "Captain, please stay calm. According to the plan, it would be better to wait until I gather some intelligence before taking action against her." Yi Wu immediately smiled warmly at the older woman from the Fragmented Dawn. He said, "Ah, so you are the famous Queeness from the Fragmented Dawn. I have heard of your captivating beauty, like a cherished treasure of the world. Meeting you today truly moves me." She laughed, her expression self-satisfied. "Ha, your little mouth is really sweet. But unfortunately, you do not have the qualifications to become my favored pet under my whip. Where is the money?" He began the negotiation. "That's really unfortunate. But I heard that Queen S here has always acted alone. Now she's brought along a girl as her assistant. Could it be related to the Horizon combat team that you ambushed before?" She scoffed. "Your information travels fast. That's right, she is the person I chose from the Horizon combat team." Queen S explained, "But she is not an assistant at all, she is merely my plaything." At that moment, Yi Wu ambushed, charging forward and catching her off guard. "You." Mei Di couldn't stop the furious person in time. "The heavens intended for me to gather some intelligence first, Captain. Brothers, step back a little. Getting caught up in this fight could cost us our lives." A strong blow from Yi Wu caused Demon S of the Fragmented Dawn to feel pain. He was really angry, raising his fist in warning. "Nana is not anyone's toy. She is my family." From behind, Nana suddenly launched a surprise kick at Yi Wu, but it failed as he managed to block it. Yi Wu sternly said, "Please be patient for a moment longer, Nana." A cheerful, lively girl had now become a pawn in the hands of the Fragmented Dawn. The emptiness in her eyes made Yi Wu vow to himself, "I will help you regain your smile as soon as possible." Nana remained silent after the recent kick. Her eyes sparkled with a fierce red light, and she growled in annoyance. Suddenly, she lunged forward with a straight punch aimed at Yi Wu. He reacted quickly, managing to block the blow while thinking to himself, I can't let this drag on. I must find a way to resolve this quickly, or Nana's body will suffer serious damage. She continued to attack relentlessly, each punch and kick forcing him to both defend and strategize. Right now, I need to find a way to make her stop before we can talk. Unexpectedly, Nana's eyes flashed, emitting rays of light that shot straight toward Yi Wu's back. He turned around in surprise but instinctively jumped to evade the attack. The beams struck the ground, creating a chaotic scene. Nevertheless, Nana did not relent. She raised both hands, channeling all her strength. From her palms, more rays of light shot out. Yi Wu recognized that the situation couldn't continue any longer. He seized his incredible speed, dashing in front of her. In an instant, he touched her forehead with his index finger and exclaimed, "You fool!" While charging up for an attack may be powerful, the time it takes can leave you easily defeated. Being restrained by him, she gradually lost her consciousness and fell into his arms. Seeing her weak figure, he showed anger and silently swore, "Just sleep a while. Whoever dares to harm you, I will never let it go." Queen S, watching this scene from above, showed her delight and said, "Your punch just now was too strong. I really liked it. You have the qualifications to become my pet now. But before that..." Suddenly, she paused for a moment and commanded, "You should still play with my toys first. However, before that..." As her words ended, Nana's eyes suddenly lost control, emitting a strange light that made her scream in pain. Seeing her like this, worry was evident on his face. He shouted loudly, "Nana!" His body burned with anger, unable to hold back, he rushed forward with a fist full of rage. His face could not hide the fury as he yelled, "You want to die!" His speed was increasing rapidly. Suddenly, he was shocked to see Nana blocking in front of her. She smiled triumphantly, teasing, "Don't say such harsh words. I haven't played enough yet, how could I easily die?" Even though he had foreseen the situation, he could not control his speed and punched straight towards Nana. However, it seemed he reacted in time, dispersing the force of the attack around. She witnessed his actions, her eyes briefly showing surprise, thinking to herself, "This guy intentionally used his hand to disperse the power in all directions, huh?" She continued, "If one of those strikes lands, who knows, we might both be smashed to bits." She suddenly laughed mockingly, "Family, huh? Ha ha." Ending her contemplation, she scoffed and said, "No matter how strong you are, once there's a constraint, it will expose a fatal flaw. Let it all out, my toy. Tear her family apart with all your might, level 3, ha." As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed a strange device in her hand. Instantly, power erupted from her body, leaving her dazed, and she screamed in pain, "Aaaah." At that moment, her health bar was nearly full, but her status displayed a strange level 3. Gaining a massive influx of energy, she charged straight at him with an incredibly powerful punch to the stomach, sending him flying from the impact. He grimaced, exclaiming, "So fast." Upon landing, he checked and found his health bar down to only 60%. Looking up, he saw her diving down from above, feeling perplexed. Not only has her speed spiked dramatically, but her strength has also increased significantly. That last punch took away 40% of my health. Moreover, both Nana's rank and state have started to become chaotic. What on earth has this woman done to her? She was still brimming with power as she descended with a punch ready, but he easily jumped back, dodging what could only be described as a fatal blow. He jumped up, looked at her, punched the ground, then with a moment of contemplation, said, "Right now, I cannot save Nana without causing her harm." He stood firm on the ground, unharmed, with a confident bright smile. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault that you have to suffer like this. Nana, I will take you home now." She looked at him, realizing he had no scratches at all, then exclaimed, and declared, "Are you slapping yourself here? Your transformation time has ended, your death day has come." After saying that, she teased a bit, commanding, "Now play with him for me." "It's fine if you play until he dies, ha." She obeyed the order and rushed up, but her state seemed unstable. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She thrust straight through him, but strangely, he was unharmed. He just hugged her tightly, smiling gently with deep affection, reassuring, "Next will be a bit painful. You have to endure it, okay, Nana?" Suddenly, a notification appeared. The host has switched to the dark witch account Yufuna. It turned out, it was all just an illusion. She was shocked to find herself frozen. In the distance, another person witnessing the whole scene couldn't help but be confused, exclaiming, "What is this? Is this an illusion or do you actually know magic?" It turns out that he has activated the dark magic skill, and the notification system states, "Frosting skill." This skill grants the enemy a frozen state, unable to act, continuously losing health for 2 minutes. He spoke up, "The more I know, the more ways I can make you die. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Upon hearing this, she panicked and frantically pressed something in her hand, screaming, "Damn it! How can this freezing spell stop my control? Move! You damn thing, move!" Suddenly, an energy source flew in, causing her arm to disappear. Stunned, she screamed, "Ah! My hand! When did?" 3 young men, terrified, hiding in a corner, heard her scream and witnessed the entire event. They gaped. A young man with blonde hair, sweating profusely, thought to himself, This is the outcome of provoking Yiwu? Crushing a member of the fragmented dawn like it's nothing. I'm so glad I didn't confront him, otherwise, I'd definitely be dead with no remains." Meanwhile, she was still struggling. Holding a syringe in her hand, she was about to stab it straight into her left chest. At the same time, with a determined look in her eyes, she declared war, "Damn it! Let's see, if I don't use this beast enhancement potion, can we still have some fun?" It seemed that after stabbing the person, she suddenly sprouted wings. At this moment, she had completed her transformation, standing in a majestic pose. The level of the super demoness was now level 145, a number that was exceptionally different compared to his. He spoke in a very calm tone, declaring, "Now we can match each other in terms of intense play. I will not let you down." He asked again, his expression serious, "Is that right? It seems you have used dark magic in a celestial force?" As if in response, Annie's imposing demeanor suddenly faded. Now, all that remained was the image of her struggling under the weight of a gigantic celestial body. She exclaimed with difficulty, her voice trembling in astonishment, This magic is." Her face was drenched in sweat, unable to bear the weight. She began to plead, her tone desperate, "Wait. Wait. I was wrong. The one who altered your family is someone else. I can lead you to find him for revenge. Please spare my life. I will definitely spend the rest of my life serving you comfortably, so you can feel a taste like never before. I beg you, let me go." Her words suddenly came to a halt. Unable to withstand the weight, she was crushed to death. He stood from afar, his gaze cold and indifferent as he said, "In this life, my enemies are not few. But for women." His eyes gleamed with killing intent as he continued, "Are you the second one?" The ice that enveloped Nana gradually melted away. However, he was somewhat puzzled as he looked at her, because Nana had not yet woken up and was no longer under control. What on earth is happening? He held Nana in his arms, pressed 2 fingers against her forehead, and added, "Moreover, even the abilities of an advanced engineer cannot awaken her." His gaze was filled with concern. Avis looked at her and explained, "It is not that the abilities of structural engineering are ineffective, rather, the toxin in this mask is suppressing Nana's body, refusing to obey the commands of its master." Upon hearing this, he immediately removed the mask. His expression revealed clear fear as he asked, "Toxin? A physical toxin that affects a mechanical body? Analyze what kind of toxin this is." The system promptly obeyed the command, scanning and checking data. However, it is currently impossible to analyze the specific structure of the toxin because important information has been deleted by someone. It added, "It can be confirmed that this is a master-level controlling toxin, effective not only on humans but also on mechanical life forms." He contemplated this. Indeed, a master-level pharmacist possesses the capability to erase crucial information about the drug, making it impossible for others to research it counteractively. He continued, so the only answer right now is likely the Deadly Poison Society. Having come up with an answer, he quickly raised his hand forward and called out to Maydik, "Maydik, come and check this poison. Is it possible to know its specific origin?" Hearing his call, the young man quickly approached and replied, "I'm here, Captain." He seriously held the mask in his hand, frowning as if recalling someone, and then informed, "This type of poison is something I've never encountered before. However, I know of a type created by the leader of the Deadly Poison Society, classified as a legendary ultra-toxic level, called Avadas." He patiently explained further, "Avadas, this is an ancient language, meaning absolute obedience. Once you are hit by this poison, no matter how strong you are, you will immediately behave like a dog, letting others control you." Upon hearing this, he felt a bit puzzled and asked, "But does this poison work on machines?" At the same time, he marveled, "This poison seems more powerful than the one I used to control spirit beings." Maydik began to frown and continued, "As for that, I'm not sure. I am a supplier of medicinal materials for the Deadly Poison Society, so I might understand them better than ordinary people, but if we want accurate information, we have to personally seek them out." As if predicting the actions of his senior, the younger one hurriedly stepped forward, his face full of worry, and called out, wait a minute, senior." He didn't care and continued, "Do you want to go find them?" The young man with orange hair looked a bit worried and exclaimed, "I know where their base is. But do you really want to betray the Deadly Poison Society? They are our biggest financial backers. Offending them is no different than cutting off our own business path." The bald man beside him, both fearful and in agreement, added, "That's right. Besides, we also have to face the revenge of those lunatics. I don't want to die." He listened to the conversation of the two and was at a loss for words. Turning around, he pointed at them, feigning righteousness, and shouted, "Look at the way you two are acting. I've been with them for so many years, do I still need you to teach me? But the times have changed. If they dare to offend Senior Yi Wu, their only ending can be destruction. If you trust me, then continue to follow me. If not, get lost. I still want to continue to dine and enjoy with Senior." Hearing this, the three were frightened and hurriedly responded, "We believe. Of course we believe. Every judgment of the Senior is incredibly accurate. Otherwise, how could our company have achieved the scale it has today?" He was quite satisfied with the attitude of the other man and affirmed, "You made a very good choice. Rest assured, I will definitely not treat you badly in the future. I will buy all your medicine and drawings." The man heard this, smiled brightly, and replied, "Thank you, Captain." The young men behind also chorused, "Thank you, Captain Yi Wu." Once the promises had concluded, the conversation shifted to the main issue. Maydik asked him, "But Captain, why didn't you leave that woman behind? Who knows, you could have gathered more intelligence." He, upon hearing this, rubbed Nana's head and responded, "She made me think of killing her. I couldn't gather anything at that moment, but it's fine. I have my ways of obtaining information." The man listened and admired. "As expected of the captain, I underestimated you." At that moment, Avis was focused, extracting the fragmented memories left behind by Nana. The events of when she was captured and led into door C50 gradually appeared. Moreover, they were shouting loudly, "Hurry up, don't dawdle." The next scene was when they led her across a rough terrain and split up. The leading man said, "I will take these people back to Kigo City, the others can deal with them as you see fit." Yunfei glanced at Nana calling his name from behind and tried to calm himself. "Nana, don't worry about us, my brother will definitely come to rescue us. Until then, you must take care of yourself." The third scene is when she is blinded on the operating table. The doctor is holding a syringe with a delighted smile, continuously praising, "I never expected to encounter such perfect experimental material. It's truly a blessing from the heavens." She struggles to shout, The final scene is just before she closes her eyes, Xiao Jie lying beside her, desperately calling, "Nana, wake up quickly, absolutely don't sleep, don't let him control you. She hears that, but because she is too tired, she can only respond, Pudgy brother, I'm so sleepy. After checking the memories, Yunfei's face darkened, clearly uncomfortable, and he angrily shouted, I can't kill all these bastards. His eyes flashed with killing intent, his voice cold, assuring, I won't be humane. The Maidique standing beside him began to sweat, his eyes trembling, hurriedly soothing, Captain, calm down, calm down. Resolute in his heart, Yu spread his wings, hovering in the air, commanding, Nana will be entrusted to me, take her back to the C-30 concentration area for Mo Lisa to take care of first. After I obtain the antidote, I will return. He heard this and immediately accepted the order, no problem. Leave it to me. You just focus on your revenge. With no more burdens, he spread his wings and soared straight into the sky. He flew really fast, carrying with him a heavy sense of nostalgia and contemplation. Nana's final memory flooded back, a heart-wrenching image that occurred not long ago. The fat guy, they very likely had also been injected with a similar poison. I must hurry. At that time, in Area 58, where the relic space lay deep underground, the secret base of the fragmented Dawn, 3 young men were tied up on the examination table. They were all exhausted, but only Xiao Jia continued to curse, what do you want to do to us? Be smart and let us go. If not, when Yi Wu arrives, he will wipe you out. None of you will survive. Hearing this, the scientist grimaced from his headache and said loudly, how long are you going to keep cursing? That's enough, you should stop now. He then ordered, someone, gag him. On the status panel appeared information about Xie Songyan, level 80, senior engineer of the fragmented Dawn. He smugly looked at Xiao Jia and mocked him, saying, your pig-like enthusiasm is admirable, why not make you the next test subject? Ha ha. The lackey, hearing the orders, immediately covered the man's mouth. Xiao Jia felt uncomfortable and could only emit a few muffled sounds. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from outside as 3 figures entered, one of them asking, what's going on? The experiment hasn't started yet? Mr. Xia was startled and turned to look. The newcomers were 3 high-ranking members of the Fragmented Dawn, Loki Elvo 120, Kuei Feng Elvo 115, and Yaoyu Elvo 110. Loki looked at Mr. Xia and said, Senior, we've been waiting impatiently. Surely, you understand the consequences if you don't start soon? Immediately afterward, Yaoyu smirked, casting a glance at Xiao Jia, and said, can you persuade the senior to leave this handsome glasses-wearing guy for me? I want to play with him. Kuei Feng responded nonchalantly, actually, it would be more painful for him to be a toy than a test subject. Mr. Xia frowned, his expression turning dangerous as he replied, everything is basically prepared, but this type of surgery is the first time I've done it. We need to inject monster serum first and then proceed with mechanical modifications. A few more tests are required. Loki, losing patience, stepped closer to Xiao Jia, staring intently and said, no need for tests. Just do it straight away. These 3 are merely test materials. If it fails, we can just throw them away. With his mouth covered, Xiao Jia could only groan in despair. Seeing this, Yaoyu unexpectedly stepped forward, pressing a knife against his throat and threatening, shut up for a bit. She continued, the other 2 still have some attractiveness, but that fat pig has no value other than being a test subject. The cold woman said, from now on, there's no need to talk to him anymore, cut his vocal cords. He felt a little scared upon hearing this, only able to remain silent. Zheng Cheng responded, that's not acceptable. Even though he's fat and screams a lot, he's still useful. Thanks to his disturbances during your experiments, we have been able to buy a lot more time. Kuei Feng unexpectedly asked, I didn't expect you to reveal the entire plan. Do you think you don't have much time left, and that's why you're confessing to lighten your heart? Zheng Cheng replied, holding on to a glimmer of hope, maybe that's it. We've done everything we can. Next, we can only pray that Yi Wu arrives in time. Hearing this, he laughed mockingly, you people are thinking too simplistically. Ha ha. Your senior Yi Wu can't possibly reach here. Even if he knows what's happening, he'll go to Kigo City first to rescue his family. You guys are merely pawns that can be sacrificed at any moment. Suddenly, the laboratory shook softly, causing everyone to panic. Someone exclaimed, "What is that? An earthquake?" Yayu saw the current situation and felt puzzled, asking, "Humph, could it be that the guy Yiwu really has arrived?" Loki had a bad feeling and immediately ordered, "Kue Feng, you go up and scout a bit to see what's going on." Kue Feng responded, "Understood." Before he left, he turned back confidently to reassure, "Don't worry, even if that Yiwu really comes, I will personally tear him apart." Suddenly, his voice trailed off as something rushed towards him and struck him, causing him to cry out in pain. In front of everyone around, from the cloud of smoke, a figure gradually emerged. Yiwu walked in nonchalantly and asked, "Who just said they wanted to tear me apart?" The group following Yiwu cheered joyfully, "Yiwu, you finally made it. We're saved this time." Delaying was indeed the right choice. Loki's expression was somewhat puzzled. He looked at Yiwu and sneered, "You are the boss behind the Horizon Combat Team, Yiwu? Instead of going to Kigo City to look for your family, you came here to save these useless trash? Are you an idiot?" Yiwu smirked and replied, "Not so fast. Everything has its own sequence. Killing a few of you won't take much time." Yiwu continued, "The infinity of waiting in line to die is what we get." Yayu arrogantly mocked, "Your level is low, yet your tone is not small. But how did you find our secret base? Could it be?" She suddenly stopped, as if realizing something, "So that's it. You are the one who caught the high-priced fish behind Maydik." At that moment, Yiwu's body was surrounded by a powerful energy. He coldly replied, "Your intelligence may be a bit slow, but it's not absent. That SM lady was killed by me. Now it's your turn." Loki did not hesitate and immediately launched the first attack, shouting, "The one who wants to die is you." However, he was instantly sent flying backward. Yiwu maintained his calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned. Loki, provoked, roared, "Damn it! I underestimated you. For my next move, I will use all my strength." He activated Wild Heart, creating a dense energy layer around Yiwu. "Can you withstand my Wild Heart?" But in an instant, that energy layer was shattered. Yiwu provocatively remarked, "Is that all? Come at me together, I'm in a hurry." Yao Yu, standing behind, immediately lunged forward as if to fulfill Yiwu's wish. However, he quickly dodged with ease. She was astonished, "What? You can keep up with my speed?" Yiwu casually asked, "Me?" Immediately after, he swung the sword in his hand, slicing towards Yao Yu, coldly saying, "The attack I hate the most is the one that stabs from behind." She was in a moment of panic, secretly thinking, "Too fast. I'm done for, I can't dodge the attack range of his giant sword." Yao Yu was immediately hurled out, crashing hard into the reinforced steel barrier. Loki, standing on the other side, was extremely worried, murmuring, "Yao Yu, I used the Guardian of Steel technique and could only avoid a fatal blow? This guy is truly a monster. If I have time to worry about others, I might as well focus on myself." Without further ado, Yiwu immediately swung down towards Loki. The two quickly fell into a life or death struggle. From a distance, Yiwu coldly said, "You guys can take a hit pretty well. But the next attack, can you withstand it?" The man outside watched the scene, fearfully exclaiming, "Damn it! How is this guy so powerful?" The intelligence said he only had the strength of just over 100, but this performance is even stronger than a senior. Could it be our intelligence is wrong? This situation is not good, I need to wake the senior up right away. In the meantime, the group of CI Xiaojia was still outside cheering. One guy shouted, "Yi Wu's strength has improved a lot. In such a short time, he is elevated to this level, his rate of progress is truly an unsolved mystery of the earth." Another person chimed in, "No need to be surprised anymore. Go for it, Yi Wu. Kill those clueless fools." Suddenly, an immense beam of light radiated around them. Yi Wu immediately deduced, are they finally demonized? Loki transformed into the wild desert beast, gritting his teeth as he said, "Damn it." Forced to reveal this form again. But with the three of us surrounding and attacking you, can you withstand it? Behind him, Yayu also transformed into the poisonous feathered sky, her eyes filled with hatred. Although becoming a monster will cost me a lot of time to recover my beauty, right now I just want to tear you apart. Kue Fong transformed into the moonlit roar, his voice filled with rage, making me look foolish and embarrassed like this. I will shred you and your pet to pieces. An immense source of energy fused together, and the three roared in unison, die. The consequence of angering us is nothing less than shattered bones and torn flesh. Yiwu, despite being considerably affected, still stood firm, chuckling lightly. If you have the strength, keep going. I can still endure. The group was stunned, unable to believe it. One exclaimed, "How is this possible? Our ultimate move only made him lose 30% of his health?" Loki silently turned around, his voice trembling. "What else can we do? This guy is entirely a monster. Run quickly." However, just as he was about to step away, a chain suddenly pulled tight around his neck. Loki exclaimed in panic, "My neck! Since when?" The remaining people were not spared either. Loki shouted, "Save me, you bastards! This thing can't get free at all." The three of them began to struggle. "No, please, I'm not ready to die. I was wrong, I shouldn't have said that, please spare my life. We surrender, I can tell you the exact location of your parents, I beg you, spare me." But at that moment, Yiwu had activated a skill, burning everything. The entire space was engulfed in chaos and fragmentation. Wow, this explosion from Yiwu was comparable to a small nuclear bomb. On this side, two people were listening in, that's the story. Another responded, "Senior, it seems Loki is about to reach his limit. I can only take a risk, forcibly inject him with an untested drug. I hope he can." The explosion expanded rapidly. In an instant, it spread to this location. The encompassing space, fragments shattering everywhere. "This is it, Senior, he's awake." It seems the enhancement transformation was successful. Yega N, level 170, in Demon Beast enhanced state, mechanical enhancement, life enhancement, enhancement level. The people below began to shout, "So terrifying. We just parted ways not long ago, I feel completely unable to see through him anymore." They said, "Is this really the current strength of Yiwu? Yiwu is so cool." The system announced, received 15 million experience points, 5 million money, level 120 magic crystal times 50. Yiwu looked at the desolation at this moment, feeling a bit awkward. Is this all there is? It seems that the fragmented dawn has no supplies left. Or is there a secret treasure guarded by the boss of the system? Is everyone okay? Xiai Shaojia slammed his fist into the ground and said, "I'm sorry Yiwu, I'm sorry, we let your trust down. Not only did we fail to protect your family well, but we even needed you to personally come and save us. It's really embarrassing, I have no face to see you again." At this moment, Yiwu stepped forward to comfort him. "I don't blame you, after all, I casually used the power of the gods to lure the people of the infinity into danger. Don't blame yourselves any longer." Xiai Shaojia felt relieved and said with a smile, "Yiwu, it turns out you had already inquired about the truth behind it. You truly are amazing. But in the end, this is still due to our strength being too weak. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been captured by the fragmented dawn." Yiwu's gaze was unmistakably filled with killing intent. He coldly said, "Let's talk about increasing strength later. The important thing now is that those who have harmed my family and my brothers will face my relentless pursuit and extermination, starting with the name behind me." At some point, Dragon had appeared and launched an attack. Yiwu looked down on him, thinking, this boss isn't wasting time with words, he attacks right after appearing, completely going against the norm. He responded coldly, "I don't need to waste my breath on someone about to die." Yiwu immediately recognized the person in front of him. He thought to himself, isn't this the senior from the fragmented dawn? A level 170 strength, quite terrifying. He didn't reveal himself when he ambushed us before. Yega-en utilized his weapon transformation skill. Yi Wu observed seriously, what kind of weapon transformation ability is this? I need to be cautious. Yega-en quickly lunged forward, starting the battle, and his strength could match Yi Wu's. However, Yi Wu remained calm, whispering, "Your astonishment is a bit premature. This is just the beginning." In a short amount of time, Yi Wu turned the tables, smiling, "I haven't even used my full power yet." Yega-en couldn't counterattack and was immediately sent flying. He had to use a shield to protect himself but still slid along the ground, panting. Yega-en admitted, "You don't need to show off. You are very strong, even stronger than me. No wonder the Infinity is interested in you." Yega-en once again charged forward, using a phantom doppelganger. He roared, "I'm not completely without a way to defeat you." Behind him, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap! This boss looks so bulky, yet moves so agilely. Could it be that he's proficient in all classes? Don't you all notice? The focal point is not here. The atmosphere feels a bit off. This boss completely gives the impression of trying to outsmart the hunter in front of Yi Wu. Who is really the boss here?" Before long, Dragon was quickly taken down. Yi Wu remained calm, sneering, "Your doppelganger, in my eye of positioning, is nothing more than completely exposed." Immediately, one of Yega-en's swords was broken. He was continuously pressured by Yi Wu's powerful attacks. As he fought, Yi Wu reminded him, "You can't defeat me. If you obediently provide information regarding the Infinity and the antidote to the poison-controlling Nana, I will consider granting you a comfortable death." Yega-en, trembling all over, struggled to get back on his feet and replied, "If you want to obtain information from me, then you must be disappointed." Right after that, he recovered and coldly said, "I am merely a tool, working for money. But I will not lose my ethics and basic professional principles." The group behind was astonished, "Oh my god, how did this guy suddenly become covered in blood like that? It seems he has an extremely strong regeneration ability. We must kill him in one blow." Yi Wu, on the other hand, felt extremely intrigued. "Who are you trying to deceive? With such abilities, are you really content to be a tool? I see, your ambitions must be considerable." Yega-en also did not stop provoking, using the Beast Frenzy technique with full metal attributes. "Want to know why? Defeat me first, then we can talk." Yi Wu quickly used magic to dispose of all the demon beasts. He calmly replied, "No, I'm not the least bit interested in your ambitions. However, I am indeed a bit curious about this special ability of yours." Yega-en, standing next to him, looked very displeased but had to admit, "For a moment there, you are stronger than I expected." However, he suddenly laughed loudly, appearing extremely pleased. "It seems that our battle will last a long time. Sharing this secret with you is no problem, consider it a bit of fun." Yega-en's expression turned cunning. "The reason I can infinitely regenerate is thanks to ancient nanomechanical cell technology. Injecting this material into the body will transform flesh and blood into a mechanical life form with infinite recovery capabilities. But this does not work for everyone." Yega-en laughed maniacally, his face filled with madness. "I have obtained an immortal body and infinite life. Even if I can't defeat you now, I have time. One day, I will reach the pinnacle of power. We don't need to fight to the death. Your strength combined with these nanomechanical cells will make us invaluable. By then, we will join forces, and all of the Infinity, the major corporations in the safe zones, will be nothing but ashes beneath the feet of the fragmented Dawn." Suddenly, a hand tightened around Yega-en's throat. Yi Wu coldly looked at him. "So it turns out your power's secret is just to see who can live longer than the other?" Yi Wu laughed, a mocking laughter. "From a certain perspective, this ability is indeed quite unmatched. If allowed to develop slowly, you could indeed transform from a fugitive into a ruler. But unfortunately, you have poked the wrong person." Yega-en felt his body gradually losing all strength. He struggled to say, "You can't do anything to me. The damage rate of your flames can't keep up with the recovery rate of my cells." Yi Wu changed his tone, becoming provocative. Is that so? You remind me of the last time, in some dungeon, I met a man with bizarre abilities. It was because of him that I earned the title the man you should not meet in your life. Do you know what that means? Yega-en felt as if his entire body was being constricted, unable to move. Yi Wu continued, his voice cold. It means that no matter what bizarre abilities you have, meeting me only leads to death. Yega-en struggled to scream, it's too hot. I can't stand it anymore. My cell regeneration speed can't keep up. What kind of fire is this? No way. I will disappear, but you will all have to pay the price. Yi Wu looked at Yega-en, his gaze shifting significantly. He chuckled softly, interesting. But I still prefer the way you were at first, proud, defiant, cold, and reticent. A notification appeared, gain 10 million experience points, 8 million money, level 150 magic crystal times 30. The achievement the man you should not meet in your life has been upgraded to 2 stars. Yi Wu frowned, murmuring to himself, what is this 2-star achievement? Just killing 2 special bosses? So if I reach 7 stars, will there be a special reward? Then, he received, nanomachine remnants, broken dawn warehouse key, ring of luck, Pandora's secret. Yi Wu exclaimed inwardly, oh my god, this is the legendary prop specifically made for the Moss account. Even this time, even when facing mechanical enemies, I can use the learning combat construction. The true technological prowess of the Great Two is really strong. Xiai Xiaojie suddenly shouted, you guys look at your hands, when did they turn into metal? Yi Wu also noticed, this is. The system announced, warning, warning in the current environment. The nanomechanical cells have gone out of control, and the host has been lightly infected with nanomechanical toxins. If you stay here too long, your body will fall into an irreversible metallization state, please leave promptly. Yi Wu immediately commanded, hurry and get out of here, to the surface. Everyone began to run chaotically. Is this the cost that the boss warned about? They need to eliminate all the nanomechanical cells underground to prevent them from spreading to the surface. Everything around began to explode. In that case, such a powerful organization like the Fragmented Dawn will finally retreat from the stage of history. Who told them to provoke Yi Wu? Dare to confront Yi Wu, no one has a good ending. Huang Zhang is the same, the organization the Fragmented Dawn as well, and perhaps the Infinity will not escape this fate. Could the mutations in our bodies be due to being infected by nanomechanical cells and being metallized? Yi Wu finally appeared, that's right, but we are metallized not because of direct impact but simply due to mild poisoning. This state is similar to being petrified, although it's not impossible to recover. If we can find the antidote, we can definitely cure it. Xiai Xiaojie breathed a sigh of relief, phew. That's good, while I enjoy working with machinery, I wouldn't be willing to turn into a machine. However, that antidote will certainly be difficult to find. Yi Wu immediately threw out a few high magnetic bracelets. These are the high magnetic bracelets I just manufactured. Wearing them can temporarily attract and fix nanomechanical cells, slowing down the diffusion rate throughout the body. Zheng Chang also became cheerful. In such a short time, you have an approach. You live up to your reputation. Yi Wu began putting the bracelets on everyone. The duration of these bracelets is limited, and I must quickly find the antidote. Not far from here, there is a modified mountain vehicle I've repaired. You all should go to the C-30 concentration area and wait for news from me with Nana. Xiai Xiaojie and the others quickly agreed, understood. Are you planning to go to the Deadly Poison Society? I've heard that organization is very mysterious, you need to be careful. No worries, Yi Wu is so cool that he can definitely turn danger into safety. Let's hurry up and not delay Yi Wu's search for the antidote. Yi Wu noticed everyone had left, so he called AI Vis. According to the address of the Deadly Poison Society that Mei Deke provided earlier, it will take at least 5 hours to reach there at full speed. Considering the next battle, Yi Wu decided to conserve his strength. AI Vis immediately responded, isn't this simple, Master? The Pandora secret artifact you just obtained is designed to meet your needs. Saying that, a cubic object began to shine. Aivis continued, "Leave it to me, master, I will create a very cool flight armor for you." Pandora Phantom Machine. Yiwu praised, "The appearance is indeed very cool. What about its features?" Aivis answered right away, "The maximum speed of the Phantom Machine reaches 10 meters. Due to its compact and refined design, it can avoid disturbances from the magnetic field in wild areas. Flying for a long distance will not exhaust your stamina, but it will consume a large amount of high-level magic crystals as energy." Yiwu felt more pleased and replied, "I have plenty of magic crystals, just charge ahead." He immediately gave the order, "Let's go now." Target, the Deadly Poison Society. The system announced, "Understood, the target coordinates have been entered into the GPS system, and the fastest route has been selected for you, master. Estimated time is 1 hour. On this side, the car was still moving. Apparently, there was no one following. Fortunately, I had left a secret escape route to successfully flee, otherwise, I would have to bury myself along with those guys." He was extremely cunning, thinking, although I had lost a large part of the experimental materials, as long as I had this box of nanomechanical cells, I was sure I would be able to start over. First, I have to go deal with the Deadly Poison Society, and then. Suddenly, the car seemed to crash into something. What is happening? In front of him was a group of monsters. What luck, meat had unexpectedly come to the door. He tried to escape, shouting, "No, don't eat me. This chicken skeleton of mine has no meat at all, not even a little bit delicious. The bull's head is absolutely, the old bones smell of old bones, crunchy but not worth the teeth." Suddenly, several targeting systems appeared. What is this? An explosion immediately occurred, causing the demon beasts to scream loudly. Yiwu suddenly appeared. "I didn't expect to let this old man slip away. The fateful encounter has come, and it cannot be stopped. Are you also preparing to go to the Deadly Poison Society?" He lay on the ground, stuttering, You are. Finally, he realized, the fact that this guy appeared here indicates that Yega-en has been defeated. Even the successful injection of the nanomechanical cells cannot save the situation. He continued, "What kind of monster is this Yiwu? Although he has managed to break the siege of the demon beasts for now, falling into his hands may not guarantee a good outcome either. If you want to survive, there's only one way." The man immediately knelt down, panic written all over his face. "Hero, I was wrong. Please spare my life. It's all my fault for aiding the wicked Fragmented Dawn in such foolish endeavors. But they pressured me. Please believe me and forgive me." Yiwu thought for a moment. His instinct for survival is quite strong. Aivis, standing beside him, reminded, "Even if he is lying, as long as you target the container full of nanomechanical cells of his, he surely knows something." Yiwu immediately changed his attitude. He said, "If you want to live, then tell the truth. What is the origin of the nanomechanical cells? If they invade the body, how should it be dealt with?" He began to confess, all right. I will tell you everything I know. The technology of nanomechanical cells was born in the early days when the Earth network era began to transform. At that time, a group of mad scientists researched this method to combat natural disasters and demon beasts. They wanted to transform the human body into a mechanical form, thereby achieving eternal life and self-healing abilities like machines. He paused for a moment, then continued, however, this research was not yet completed when the demon beasts attacked, leading to the death of most of the research team. This technology has since been lost. He continued, only a few years ago, a person from the Deadly Poison Society accidentally discovered an underground laboratory in Area 58. Inside, he found leftover semi-finished products of nanomechanical cells. After that, they sold this method to the Fragmented Dawn, while combining the pharmaceutical knowledge of the Deadly Poison Society with my research. Although it is not completely stable yet, they ultimately succeeded in researching and developing complete nanomechanical cells. He continued, nanomechanical cells are a type of biological cell with autonomous instincts. If released into the natural environment, they will instinctively seek out and attach themselves to living cells, engulfing and converting them into mechanical cells. If you want to completely eliminate this type of cell, the only way is to use a special toxic substance. This method utilizes a special toxin with high corrosive acidity to destroy mechanical cells within the body. This is also the method that we in the Deadly Poison Society use to deal with failed transformed mechanical entities. However, this special toxin is only possessed by the Deadly Poison Society. Yi Wu listened and immediately smiled. Very good, you explained it in great detail. I am very satisfied. He nodded, inquiring, so, can I go now? Yi Wu calmly replied, of course. He hurriedly hugged his suitcase and ran off, not forgetting to express his gratitude. Thank you for sparing my life. But at that moment, Yi Wu unexpectedly raised his voice to stop him. Wait a moment. That way is not where you should be going. He was confused, looking left and right, then asked, so where should I go? Yi Wu displayed a cunning expression, hell. With just a snap of his fingers, the entire body of the man burst into flames. Yi Wu turned to leave, murmuring, deceiving me? He said, so what? Who gave you the courage to harm Nana? Do you want to live? Go down to hell and repent. The mech began to speed through the wilderness. Ahead is a vast forest, but the trees here seem to be dead, devoid of any vitality. Suddenly, a large tower appeared in front. That is the stronghold of the Deadly Poison Society. This tower exudes a distinctly eerie and dangerous feeling. There is no cover around the tower. Just getting close will instantly alert others. Clearly, Yi Wu needed to prepare for a major battle. Yi Wu had the mech stop. Suddenly, a woman stepped out. She looked at Yi Wu and spoke, are you Yi Wu? My name is Donna, and I am the overseer here. As commanded by the president, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Wu asked in surprise, what does your president want with me? Did you all predict that I would come? Donna smiled, gesturing for him to follow. Please, come inside the tower. The details will be explained by the president personally. At that moment, Avis reminded Yi Wu, what should we do, master? This woman is indeed not lying. There are no signs of hostility from her. Yi Wu thought for a moment. If he didn't choose to go directly to war, then he would just follow along and see what the Deadly Poison Society was selling. Please lead the way. Donna walked ahead and guided him inside. All right, please go this way. Inside, a group of people were very excited to see someone enter. Look over there, it's that man. It has been years since I have seen a living man. He's really handsome. I wonder if he can survive tonight. It would be a pity to die like this. Cover your eyes. I can't see anything. Yi Wu was a bit surprised, looking around before speaking. Why are there only women here? I heard that you are not disciples of Sister Thursday, a mid-level alchemist? Donna immediately explained, they are all orphans or slaves that the president has taken in. They have grown up here and rarely have the opportunity to go outside, so don't find it strange. As for the rumors. Donna's expression changed immediately, and she spoke in a more serious tone. That is just fake information that he deliberately spread. The actual situation is known to very few people. These children all have decent talent in alchemy. The Deadly Poison Society provides a place for them to survive, and they study hard in return. It's a good cycle. The two stood still for a moment. Yi Wu suddenly spoke up, that's right, but you all show your true selves, without hiding anything, for me to see so clearly. Is there really no problem? The gear continues to spin. If you know I want to come, you should also be clear about the purpose of my visit. I know so much, are you not afraid that I might take your entire organization? Of course, we dared to let you in, so we are not afraid of the possible consequences. This is also the judgment of the president, believing that you will soon understand. The two of them stepped into the elevator. In the past 50 years, you are the first man to meet the president with so little information. Later, please maintain the decorum. I cannot guarantee the etiquette. Yi Wu thought, 50 years. It seems this president is also quite old. Now all intelligence related to the deadly poison society has been overturned. Facing an uncertain situation, taking one step at a time. They stood in front of the door, and Donna began to introduce, I brought you here, the president is inside waiting to invite you in. Yiwu responded respectfully, thank you. The door slowly opened, and he remarked, this space is too large, this ancient bathtub looks a bit ostentatious. Did I come straight to the bathroom? A woman slowly emerged from the bathtub. So you finally made it here? Ames, her body completely unclothed, stepped forward, as a strong man like you, I'm sure you have encountered many women by now. Why are you still surprised when facing a woman's body? Yiwu's face immediately darkened. He thought to himself, I originally thought the president was an elderly person, unexpectedly, she is so young and beautiful. This is quite surprising. Ames lifted Yiwu's chin, staring intently as if trying to scrutinize something, then chuckled softly, you have a sweet mouth, and you're even more handsome than I imagined. If you don't mind, let's continue this conversation like this. Yiwu shivered slightly and replied firmly, I don't mind, I'm just worried someone else might feel uncomfortable and won't be able to get through. Ames laughed, waved her hand to put on her coat, and said, all right then, I won't make it difficult for you anymore. Yiwu immediately changed the subject, so let's get to the point. What is your purpose in bringing me here? Besides, the attitude of the butler Donna just now. It seems like you all know me very well. Ames leisurely settled on the sofa, her hand gliding lightly across the table, her tone nonchalant, of course. Ever since you cured the old lady in Area 30, we have been paying attention to you. Yiwu was taken aback, what? He stepped closer, his eyes filled with suspicion. I didn't expect that even in the straightforward C30 area, there would be people who betray and agree to be your eyes and ears. Ames raised a glass of red wine, took a sip, and gently replied, betrayal sounds too harsh. It's just about making a living. In the wilderness, what could be more important than survival? Information is inherently limited in the wild, the more information one holds, the easier it is to survive. Yiwu sat on this side, deep in thought, that's true, but if you specifically mention that old woman, and also refer to the fact that you all are master-level pharmacists, it seems there is some relationship between you. Ames did not hide her feelings, calmly replying, of course, she is my biological sister. Yiwu was taken aback, almost unable to believe it. What? Are you joking? That old woman is 108 years old, and you look no more than 20. Wait a minute. Yiwu continued, as if recalling something. Before, Donna also said I was the first man she had encountered in 50 years. Could it be? Ames smiled faintly, her gaze filled with mystery. That's right. I am already 120 years old. Avis immediately interjected, her expression changing drastically. Oh my god, she's not lying, master. But she must have used some means to maintain this. I have checked, the liquid in her bathing and drinking water is not ordinary fluid. Yiwu's face darkened, his voice lowered, so, you treat me specially, only because I saved your sister? Ames began to explain, 60 years ago, she betrayed me. From that point on, I no longer cared about her life or death. The only thing I cared about is... Ames was becoming increasingly aloof, her illness can no longer be cured. She is destined to die. Even I have no way to change that. But you could prolong her life by 5 more years, like a miracle. I am very interested in this kind of ability. Yiwu finally realized, indeed, she has a scheme. So what is your purpose? Ames did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I can help you remove the nanometal bionic from your body, as well as provide an antidote for that small bionic. Her condition immediately left Yiwu in shock. Ames continued, you have to stay here and marry me. Yiwu seemed unable to believe his ears. What? Marry? Ames nodded, her gaze serious. That's right, marriage is also part of my plan. She went on to explain, relying solely on my strength, the progress is still too slow. The betrayal of my sister and the longevity lock always leave me anxious, worried that one day I will suddenly leave this world, leaving all my efforts in vain. Ames moved closer to Yiwu, her eyes resolute, but if you join me, everything will be different. Not only will the efficiency in achieving our goals increase, but the process will also be much more interesting. So, what do you think? Are you willing? Ames was incredibly pleased with her plan. As long as you partner with me, everything I have will be yours. Wealth beyond measure, endless resources. As for women, I have plenty available. Aivis immediately blushed. Master, she's really not lying. The money isn't important, but there is a huge stock of rare medicinal resources here. There are as many as 3,000 women. Isn't this the 3,000 concubines? Isn't this a treatment fit for a kingly level? Seeing Yiwu's expression, Aivis hurriedly replied with an embarrassed smile, I was just joking. Just joking. Yiwu turned around, his expression serious. Her conditions are indeed very tempting, but I must decline. Ames was taken aback and then became angry. Why? This is the only time in my life that I offer conditions to a man, and these conditions are something no one can refuse. Yiwu maintained his calm demeanor. Her conditions may entice most men, but unfortunately, I belong to the minority that still can refuse. Not to mention that your intention of monopolizing is fundamentally a fanatical and extreme mindset. I currently have no interest in saving or transforming the world. When paths don't align, they cannot walk together. A forced marriage cannot bring happiness. You should look for someone else. Ames was so furious that she was trembling, the wrinkles on her face became pronounced. She shouted, You impudent brat, do you know the consequences of refusing me? Don't be angry, an angry woman will age faster, and besides, you are already 120 years old, be careful not to expose yourself, Ames said, before immediately grabbing a vial and taking a sip. She quickly reverted to the appearance of the beautiful young woman she once was. It seems I still value you. Although your abilities are limited, your intellect pales in comparison to the one I desire. However, it doesn't matter. From my resources, I can provide you with some nanobodies. I will have time to gradually transform you. Ames continued, these are failed products from the process of transforming nanomechanical cells. At that moment, the people in the room began to attack Yiwu one after another. Ames sneered, do you think these things can affect me? Quickly reveal your trump card, I am no longer interested in chatting. Ames stood to the side, watching the spectacle with a look of delight. I never expected you to be so knowledgeable, but being too clever can sometimes backfire. I don't think these ragtag soldiers can deal with you. I have a different purpose altogether. Yiwu was confused, a different purpose? Everything seemed to be changing, your body is beginning to tremble, your heart suddenly constricts, and your limbs start to feel numb. Could it be poison? Ames was extremely delighted. Can you feel the abnormality in your body yet? Because from the moment you stepped into this tower, you have been affected by a toxin I concocted. This type of poison cannot be detected. The training soldiers just now were merely to force you to exert yourself vigorously, thus accelerating the activation of the toxin in your body. Ames moved closer, her gaze full of calculation. Now, you can only obediently listen to me, while I arrange everything. Yiwu tried to step back, his heart filled with vigilance. This kind of strange poison is indeed formidable. Even I couldn't detect it, and the effect is very similar to the poison I once used on Lin Vian. My consciousness remains clear, but I have completely lost autonomy over my body. I must check the system to see if an antidote can be created. Aivis's voice echoed in Yiwu's mind, the test has been passed. Based on the materials and existing blueprints, an antidote similar to this can be begrudgingly created. However, the effect will be very slow, taking at least 2 hours to completely eliminate the state of poisoning. Yiwu gritted his teeth, a flicker of worry in his eyes as he looked at Ames. 2 hours is too long. By the time the antidote takes effect, I would have already been thoroughly consumed by her. The bodies of Ames and Yiwu were increasingly pressed against each other. Ames smiled softly, her voice warm yet filled with danger. If you lack experience, then just leave everything to me. Very soon, I will make you feel ecstasy to the fullest. By that time, you will willingly stay by my side forever. Yi Wu silently cursed in his heart, damn it, my limbs have lost all sensation, even my tongue is about to lose the ability to speak. If this continues, I will have to. Suddenly, he realized something, wait, don't I still have my ultimate move? Switch to the advanced engineer account in the system, then use Pandora's secret. Immediately, Yi Wu's body transformed into a metallic amalgamation. Ames was incredibly surprised and asked, what do you want to do? This metal. Yi Wu did not answer, only looked at Ames and coldly said, I'm not the kind of man you can play around with. Look here, this is my final tactic to deal with you. What do you think, how's my body? No chance. Yi Wu used the ability of real Iron Man, and she said, you. She was so angry that she could hardly control herself, how can this be? You would rather hide in that crumbling coffin than follow me? For a woman, this is truly a huge humiliation. I absolutely want you to pay for it. AI Vis immediately reported, Master, your actions have clearly provoked her. Yi Wu awkwardly said, yeah, although I don't want to hurt a woman's heart, but at 120 years old, this old senior should be a bit magnanimous, right? A swarm of mechanical puppets appeared again. It seems that the same tricks no longer work on me. Ames immediately reminded, right now, you're under a potent poison, and the situation is not like before. Moreover, my puppets are completely different from before. Go now, let them feel your enthusiasm. Yi Wu over here broke out in a cold sweat, my limbs are not under control right now, how can I operate this mech? AI Vis then reminded, don't worry. This mech only needs to be controlled by thought. I will directly assist you through the control system. Hearing that, Yi Wu seemed to find a way out, there's nothing to hesitate about anymore. Regardless of whether we can do it or not, we must endure for 2 hours, until the medicine takes effect completely. Both sides rushed into battle. This time, the number of enemies was significantly greater than before. Yi Wu suspected, is she trying to implement a swarm tactic? AI Vis immediately warned, Master, checks show that the virus in the control card of the mechanical puppets is trying to merge to interfere with the system. Those puppets are still trying to invade. Yi Wu calmly reassured, no need to panic. Immediately eliminate the invading mechanical components on the back. AI Vis received an automatic repair notification, so that's it. This Pandora secret is originally a product that combines nanomechanical cells and magic. It has the ability to shape-shift at will, automatically repair itself, and regenerate. Truly worthy of being a legendary level equipment. So cool. Ames, seeing this, became furious and shouted, you can actually create things like this? Bring it all to me. I don't believe your repair speed can keep up with the large-scale virus invasion. Yi Wu began to adjust his method. In his heart, he thought, these people, even if I experiment on them to the point of death, will ultimately have to become my tools. The toxin used to control Nana should be similar to them. No wonder he is a cruel person living for 120 years. Yi Wu entered a combat state, coldly stating, I will set you free. Pandora, 6 Paths of Reincarnation. At this moment, Ames also trembled. She muttered, indeed, I did not misjudge you. You are truly a rare man in this world. If I cannot have you, then no other woman should have you. Yi Wu felt uncomfortable and thought to himself, heavens, this 120-year-old sick person is really unbearable. Ames immediately summoned her power, shouting loudly, trash, gather together and become my strength. Ames' body has now completely changed, you are mine, even if I can't win your heart, your body belongs to me. I must personally transform you, turning you into my exclusive possession. Aivis warns, Master, be careful, the poison in this syringe is much stronger than before, absolutely do not let it pierce you. Yi Wu responds, understood? The continuous attacks feel tense, this type of poison can even dissolve steel, has this person finally shown their true skills? Aivis sighs, we are in a passive position now, Master. At this point, any attack or defense will also harm ourselves. We must give up close combat and switch to fast range attacks. Ames starts to mock, ha, this time you've realized the distance between us, haven't you? But it's okay, as long as you obediently listen to me, I guarantee you won't be harmed. When Pandora appears, a super alloy war tank, Aim's expression turns sour. Transformed into a war tank, how foolish. Do you think you can make any impact in this small space? But the continuous attacks force Ames to open his eyes. What? Following the wall and attacking in circles? He seems to be continuously assailed. Still struggling while dying? Don't you want to become my possession? If so. She said, in the end, I have used all my strength. I warn you, if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. Falling from over 100 meters, even steel would surely shatter bone and flesh. Yiwu still refused to yield. Immediately, waves of explosives were launched. If all fears stem from inadequate firepower, then let's use unlimited firepower to determine victory or defeat. At that moment, Ames had also consumed quite a bit of energy. Yiwu was fortunate to escape. I have poured all my firepower into making her lose 55% of her health. She truly lives up to her reputation as the master-level pharmacist, maximizing the capabilities of the drugs and nanomechanical cells to the fullest. But now, Ames lay collapsed on the ground. This is the end. Without specialized nanomechanical cells, you are no match for me anymore. I am not someone who enjoys killing the innocent. Just hand over the antidote for the nanomechanization and control of Nana, and I will spare your life. After all, you haven't harmed my family. Ames slowly sat up, her voice cold. The end? It's not over yet. She looked at me, her gaze sharp. I agreed to fight you not to lose, but to conquer you myself. Don't get me wrong. I am not the strongest strategist of the deadly poison society. If I cannot defeat you, then prepare to see my ultimate masterpiece, my secret weapon. Another large explosion has been discovered. Miss Annie goes to battle grandly. Yiwu began analyzing the situation. Annie, isn't that the name of En Chang's older sister? Could it really be the same person? Using skills to greatly increase the opponent's attack and movement speed, each strike dealt additional damage. Yiwu struggled to crawl away to dodge, but the opponent's sword was too fast. In theory, her strength is not far off from an enemy of level 180. However, her construction account lacks the ability to fight beyond her level, and her body is extremely toxic, making it impossible to transform into the Qi-Yin Emperor, further complicating the situation. What makes it even harder is that she could not use true vision to confirm if the opponent was indeed En Chang's sister. She could only get information from her. At that moment, Yiwu was heavily injured from the attacks. Your secret weapon is truly formidable. Where did you find someone as powerful as her? Ames smiled and replied, did you think she had such great strength from the beginning? If I hadn't picked her up from the dungeon, she would have long been a corpse. The truly formidable aspect is merely my ability to enhance her. Ha ha. Yiwu continued to inquire, picking from the dungeon? What does that mean? Ames sat on the sofa, calmly replying, you've been beaten to the point where you have no strength to resist, yet you still have the leisure to ask such meaningless questions. Forget it, it doesn't matter if I tell you. After all, you'll forget everything later on anyway. Annie, be gentle, don't kill him. She continued, a few years ago, while I was picking herbs in the valley, I stumbled upon her. She was only around level 60, clearly on the brink of death, and kept murmuring about her little brother. Revenge or something. I found it quite interesting, so I brought her back to the healing tower and used the latest ancient nanotechniques I had just learned to repair her damaged body. As a result, when she woke up, not only did she not thank me, but she immediately left to find her enemies for vengeance. The Deadly Poison Society is not a place you can enter freely. She continued, later on, I made her my main test subject. But even I didn't expect that her frail body could endure a type of experiment that would be hard for most to withstand. Because of this, she became the strongest asset of the Deadly Poison Society at present. Yiwu heard this and immediately thought, the valley. Isn't that where En Chang's sister went missing? I can't believe she is really En Chang's sister, and I met her here. Where is Senior and Chang now, looking for the sister he will never be able to find again? At that moment, a laughter rang out, pulling Yiwu out of his thoughts. The life index of the host is checked and is below 10%. Activating the mech to automatically restore blood volume and the special skill to keep the host alive. Emergency evasion 100%. Chance to avoid the next attack. Yiwu breathed a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. Just a moment's distraction nearly cost me. If she is truly in Chang's sister, I can't bring myself to kill her. Ames, standing beside him, observed Yiwu's expression, finding it increasingly interesting. She teased, "What's wrong? Your flustered demeanor now is so different from when you fought me. Even though my secret weapon is powerful, you weren't this cowardly." Could it be? You know her? Yiwu knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he admitted, "That's right. She is the sister I mentioned. The one my friend has tirelessly searched for over many years. To find her, my friend even went so far as to make a pact with a demon beast. But in the end, the monster turned into a heartbreaking tragedy." Ames mocked, "Not only pitiful but also very stupid. He wants to rely on the monster for power. He could just buy the monster pills produced by the Deadly Poison Society, without needing to make any contracts with those lowly demon beasts. Is your friend really that foolish?" But Ames's expression suddenly turned gloomy. "However, if you follow me, I wouldn't mind restoring consciousness and freedom to Annie, letting her return to reunite with her brother Yiwu right away." Yiwu continued to curse Ames directly. "Hell, who would believe you? She is very wicked. If I were that naive, I would have reincarnated hundreds of times by now." Ames grew increasingly interested. "That's indeed the case, but now you have no chance to turn the tables. Either get beaten half to death by Annie, or surrender obediently, accept your fate and destiny with me. You can avoid the pain of being torn apart. Make your choice." At this moment, Yiwu became cheerful again and said, "Only a child would choose like that. I don't want either." Ames was once again provoked. "Why are you still so stubborn at this point? It seems that unless you suffer some loss, you won't come to your senses. Annie, come here for me." Suddenly, Ames changed her mind and stopped the attack. Perhaps there was some calculation going on in Ames' heart. Yiwu wondered, "What is going on? I clearly wanted to say to hit him hard, but why did the words turn into an attack order? Could it be that I misspoke? No, it absolutely cannot be. Even if I misspoke, I cannot say anything contrary to my will." Yiwu suddenly realized, wait, could it be that Ames finally recognized the issue? Did he play tricks, using a virus to control my mind? Yiwu could not deny this. "Correct. Congratulations, you answered correctly." She began to slowly exit the mech and continued, "Did you forget that I am also a master-level pharmacist? If you can use poison to control me, then I can also retaliate in kind. Back in the previous arena, I had infused poison into the ammunition. It has all been brought into this space. However, the range was too large, causing the effective time to be delayed, but now the time has come." Ames became increasingly furious. "Impossible. My body has undergone training. I am already immune to all poisons in the world." Yiwu continued to explain, "Perhaps? But coincidentally, I have taken out something." She smiled and said, "My heart poison of the Goo King is not a product of this world, so your immunity does not work against it." Ames immediately wanted to rush over, her whole body tense. "No, I don't believe it. Let me show you my antidote." How could this happen? Yiwu thought, it seems that the king's heart poison in Ames's body is mixing with the toxins, enhancing its potency and making it even harder to cure. On the contrary, a pure body like Lin Vian can break free through blood transfusion. Ames grimaced, "Fine. Even if you successfully control me, what do you plan to do next? Kill me or destroy the Deadly Poison Society?" Yiwu smirked, regaining the upper hand. "No need to choose. From now on, I will take over the Deadly Poison Society entirely through you. It will become mine. In a way, you have achieved your wish. You should be happy." Yiwu glanced at Ames, then smirked. Don't frown and scowl like that. Why get angry, pretending? Come on, smile a bit. Ames, furious, flushed red. Yiwu continued to tease, smile, and then hand over the 2 antidotes. Ames's expression was icy. All right. I will have Donna bring the antidote over here. Donna just walked inside, looking like she had been waiting for a long time. Here is the antidote you need. Yiwu was startled, but still, thank you. However, the toxin that controlled the host's body has been completely eliminated, allowing the body to recover and move freely. Yiwu turned to look at Donna and asked, Why do I feel you're not surprised at all? I've defeated your leader already. I haven't seen any of you come to the rescue before. Donna smiled and replied, The leader instructed from the beginning that no matter what happened, we must not interfere. The leader's orders are absolute, no one is allowed to disobey. Upon hearing this, Yiwu understood. So you've obediently followed orders, right? Aren't you afraid I will really deal with your senior? Donna remained calm and answered, Because we have all taken the obedience drug, an order is an order, regardless of the outcome. Yiwu turned back to look at Ames. She is indeed ruthless. She resorts to such measures for her own subordinates. Ames remained extremely calm. I don't force them, they all volunteered. Yiwu continued to inquire. Volunteered, huh? Donna nodded and added, That's right, in this apocalypse, rights and freedom only belong to the strong. She continued, Weak beings like us who want to live a little longer can only unite into an indestructible whole. Donna explained further, Every person here, before being accepted by the chief, belonged to the lowest tier in the wild food chain. They died of hunger, died of illness, were eaten by demon beasts, or were enslaved to death by other humans. Such dangers happen every day. No one knows when it will be their turn. Therefore, everyone accepts the slow-acting poison of absolute submission. Rather than live in fear, it is better to let a strong leader take control, especially the chief. Ames, feeling uncomfortable, interrupted, Stop talking. You sound as if you are begging for my life. I don't need that. Donna lowered her head, apologizing, The subordinate has spoken too much. I hope you can forgive me. Ames turned back, angrily saying, You've gotten what you wanted, what else do you want? My head? Yiwu chuckled, looking a bit embarrassed. Why do you think I'm so cruel? I'm not a demon lord who kills people. You all still have great value to me. I won't let you die so easily. Ames hesitated, reluctantly saying, If you say so, then I suppose I must obey your command. She continued, her voice cold, But it absolutely does not come from my sincerity. Understand that for me. Next, erase the control over Annie so that she can regain her consciousness. Donna felt a chill run down her spine and replied, Yes. At that moment, Annie slowly awakened, murmuring, Where is this? It seems like I just went through a very long dream. She dropped the sword in her hand, looked at Annie, her eyes flashing with astonishment. You are. I remember you now. Ames sneered, her voice filled with disdain. I didn't expect you could retain some memory from before. Truly deserving of being my strongest weapon. Enraged, she lunged forward to attack, shouting, Weapon, not bad. Now I remember, you conducted inhuman experiments on my body. I will kill you. Ames stood still, not in a hurry to evade, calmly saying, Kill me? Are you going to do that to the benefactor who gave you life and strength a second time? She did not stop, her voice full of rage. Who is that? Don't interfere with my business. Yiwu stepped forward, blocking her way, saying, Sorry, I can't let you casually kill her, because she still has value. Annie shouted furiously, Get lost. She has turned me into something that is neither human nor ghost. I cannot forgive her. Yiwu still tried hard. You must live, because this is related to the life of your brother in Chang. Ames stood behind, watching her anxiously. What? I used to be a weak level 60 girl, and now I have become this powerful? You still want revenge for gratitude? Annie immediately stopped her actions, and Chang, how do you know this name? Yiwu finally felt more at ease and lightly explained, and Cheng is a senior at my school, also my close friend. After you were schemed by Renant and his accomplices to go missing, and Chang, in order to find you, did not hesitate to compromise with demon beasts. Since then, he has gained monster strength, but this caused the 8th safe zone to be attacked by demon beasts. Annie became increasingly anxious, pressing for answers. So what is he like now? Where is he? Is he in danger? Yiwu tried to reassure her, and Chang has found a clue from Renant. He knows I disappeared in the valley. After killing Renant, he quickly left, probably heading into the dungeon to find me. Annie became emotional, so that's how it is. Reno was killed by Anjo? For me, this child even did something foolish like that. Yiwu continued to provide more clues. The whereabouts of the senior can be found gradually, but the key issue is that his monster transformation was carried out using special methods. The conventional way is likely insufficient to help him revert back to human form. Therefore, this is the reason why you shouldn't kill Ames. She is an expert in the study of monsters. Once we find Anjo, perhaps only she can help him recover. Annie also became calmer. Indeed, what you said makes a lot of sense. Alright, for the time being, let's spare her life. Ames frowned, discomfort. What does the life and death of your brother have to do with me? I only absolutely obey Yiwu's orders. Annie turned to leave, speaking to Yiwu. Thank you for telling me so much. Thanks to you, I can understand the current situation and what is still lacking. Now, I intend to go find Anjo immediately, so I must say goodbye to you here. Yiwu suddenly stopped her. Wait a moment. Searching blindly like this will yield no results. He continued, the time since Anjo went missing is quite long. If he was in the dungeon and didn't come looking for you, there is a high possibility that he has gone elsewhere. But where should we search? He said, the world is so vast, people searching for people, people also die. It's better to stay here and wait for me to finish my job, then we can go looking together. My way has at least more chances than yours. Annie turned around and smiled. Although I don't understand you, you and Anjo have a close bond, and you are thinking for me as well. Thus, my intuition makes me believe that I should just follow what you said. Hearing this, Yiwu also turned to leave. He said, then, there's one last thing you need to do. Annie felt uneasy and immediately asked, what else do you want to do? Yiwu's gaze suddenly became bright. He said, quick, open the warehouse door. Let me see what treasures are inside. In a wilderness, Ling Yuan led the group forward. Finally, the damn poison on them had been resolved. He spoke up and asked, what's the situation now? One subordinate knelt on the ground, reporting, according to your instructions, Huangjin's mother is in the Foggy Land. Additionally, the village chief is being controlled. The trembling subordinate pleaded, please. I was forced to, I was controlled by Yiwu. Another person replied coldly, we have investigated clearly. This old man has been secretly colluding with Yiwu, revealing our movements. Should we kill him or not? Ling Yuan frowned, her voice cold, don't worry, it's not time to kill you yet. Wait until I find Huangjin, you still have value to lure Yiwu Machio. She took out a blood-red stone, its flickering light like blood, let's go. On the Misty Land, the day I find Huangjin will also be the day Yiwu dies. She directed the group behind her, the target is right in front of us. Everyone, let's move into the Misty Land together and find Huangjin. Suddenly, a few people in the group were confused. One person shouted, I don't want to go into the Misty Land. I'm here to make money, not to seek death. Another chimed in, that's right. The Misty Land is a one-way trip. I'm not stupid enough to risk my life with you all. Immediately, a sharp sword flashed by. The man holding the blood-stained sword coldly swept his gaze, whoever dares to disrupt the army, this will be their fate. The remaining people turned pale, no one dared to speak. One person trembled and said, yes, yes. We absolutely won't go against your orders and Ling Yuan's. Hurry! We must enter the Misty Land before sunset. The silver-haired man frowned slightly, his voice thoughtful. Although you say that, the Misty Land is really very dangerous. Do you have any way to neutralize those dangers? Ling Yuan said, I know that the Foggy Land is truly dangerous not because of the beasts, but because of the unknown taboos. Before setting out, I had prepared, but each taboo in the Foggy Land is different. We can only take one step and then figure things out as we go. After all, we are many people, and there are many other groups here to test their strength. Pausing for a moment, Ling Yuan's gaze became resolute. No matter what, I am absolutely certain. I will not turn back until I kill Yi Wu. Everyone gradually entered within. The atmosphere became tense. The unknown taboos were truly terrifying, as the danger lay precisely in the part that was unknown. One person whispered, just one word, one character, even one wrong expression or movement can become a taboo. Breaking it means immediate death, regardless of whether one is of high or low rank. Ling Yuan commanded, his tone unwavering, check immediately. The man designated panicked and shouted, why is it me? Oh my god, I'm so unlucky. I heard that here, just making a move can lead to death. But disobeying the order also means certain death. Why is everything a death sentence? Suppressing his fear, he stepped out into the forest and shouted, if I die, I die. Who's afraid? 28 years later, I'm still a hero. Everyone held their breath and watched. Nothing happened. The man wiped his sweat, breathing a sigh of relief. Looks like talking is okay. Just now, I was scared to the point of almost choking. He exclaimed, I still thought I was about to be reincarnated again. On the way, apart from not seeing any human figures, even the magical beasts did not appear. The forest was so vast that there were no sounds of birds or insects. It was truly eerie. Suddenly, tendrils sprouted up, entangling the bodies of those below with thorny vines. Someone shouted, help, boss! The basic slashes had severed the thorny vines. Ling Yuan immediately ordered, everyone, do not curse or openly blame this place. From now on, unless necessary, do not speak. There is a mountain ahead. Is that the high peak? But the distance is too far. I can only hope that before everyone is exhausted, we can reach there. Other magical beasts continued to attack. Although it was anticipated that this path would be very difficult, it was unexpected that the army of thousands was now reduced to less than 100. The number of people decreased by more than 90%. However, in the end, we reached our destination. Ling Yuan was exhausted, his body worn out. He murmured, this debt must ultimately be paid in blood, Yi Wu. Looking around, she pondered, is this really the place we have been searching for all this time? Why is it a statue? Where is Huangjun? Could it be that so many brothers have sacrificed in vain? Ling Yuan immediately used the compass in her hand. No, I have found him. A stream of blood pierced directly into the statue. The stone statue unexpectedly emitted a voice, this is Huangjun, who has disturbed my deep sleep. Ling Yuan stepped forward, her voice full of respect, it is I, Huangjun. Huangjun moved closer, tightening his grip around Ling Yuan's neck, his gaze sharp, how do you have my blood? Where did you get it from? The people behind Ling Yuan panicked. She immediately ordered, do not come over. Ling Yuan's eyes filled with tears, stammering, it was my mother who gave it to me. She said that with this, I could find my biological father. Huangjun widened his eyes in surprise, in my lifetime, I have possessed countless women, but only one bore my blood. Could it be that you are a Ling's child? Huangjun's hand gradually loosened from Ling Yuan's neck. He stood tall, looking at her closely, you and she indeed share some resemblance. I believe you. The boy from behind rushed forward, worried, Ling Yuan, are you okay? Huangjun finally softened, you have risked your life to plunge into the Foggy Land to find me. Surely, there is something you wish to ask. Speak, what is your purpose in coming here? Ling Yuan coughed and struggled to speak, not long ago, the Huangzheng conglomerate you built with your own hands was destroyed by someone else. Even your 2 sons have been killed. She continued, this time, I want to ask you to come down from the mountain to revive the Huang Zhang group and avenge your son, who is also my half-brother. Huang Zhen maintained a calm expression, revealing no emotions. They have already been destroyed. He said coldly, in any case, when I decided to leave, I left everything behind. In this era, the weak have two choices, either be protected by a strong man or be killed by a strong man. If there's anyone to blame, it's only those two useless sons, who weren't strong enough to survive. He turned his back to the sunlight, his gaze distant. In this lifetime, I have only pursued one goal, to become stronger. Therefore, I have challenged almost all the dungeons I found in this wilderness. I have killed all the monsters and even the human strongmen, yet I still feel unsatisfied. 10 years ago, I entered the land of fog, a place known as no one returns. In the face of death's proximity day after day, I gradually grew bored. So, I petrified my body to stop time from wearing down my lifespan, hoping that one day a strong being here would wake me up. Looking at the girl, he said, I didn't expect to be awakened by you. Out of respect for you as the daughter of a Ling, I will not kill you. Go. Ling Yuan still tried to hold on. If that's the case, there's no need for you to accompany me to take revenge. In the 10 years you have been away, the safe zone has changed a lot, and there are also very powerful people emerging. The one who destroyed the Huang Zhang group is one of them. Although he has just matured, he possesses great strength, not inferior to yours. Huang Zhen listened and was very pleased. Is that true? If you say that, I'm quite interested. So, what is that young man's name? Yi Wu. Quite interesting. Let's go. I will deal with Yi Wu, the one whose strength you say is not inferior to mine. Yi Wu has finally returned. Nana said, Master, I am sorry. I couldn't protect my sister, father, mother, I apologize to everyone. A gentle voice replied, It's okay, it's fine. This isn't something you can be blamed for. It really is good. Yi Wu has finally found his family and friends. Cai Xiaojia and the others became excited. One person in the group spoke up, this time, the poison in both us and Nana has been eliminated. We can enter the next combat phase. Give the order, Yi Wu. I can't wait to create a commotion in Kaigo City. Hearing that, another person laughed. Are you kidding me? Except for Yi Wu and Sister Annie, anyone among you who goes over there will surely lose their lives. What commotion in Kaigo City? Yi Wu suddenly stood up and spoke, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Although everyone's current strength is indeed insufficient, as long as we can level up quickly, it's all good. Cai Xiaojia, hearing this, brightened up and eagerly asked, leveling up quickly? I remember you mentioned before that level isn't the issue. So what exactly is the operation like? Yi Wu did not answer immediately but walked over to Nana, holding a vial of medicine in his hand. He said, Nana, you should drink this first. Nana looked up in surprise and asked, What is this? Master, I feel a very fragrant aura coming from inside. Yi Wu explained, This is a nano-robot cell that I obtained from that old man. However, I have improved it based on his research reports to enhance its stability. Although this is harmful to humans, for you a robotic life form it is the best enhancement tool. Cai Xiaojia nodded in agreement upon hearing this, that's right. That old man injected this into Nana before. At that time, her explosive power was truly unforgettable to me. Yi Wu smiled, reassuring Nana, drinking a sip will be a bit uncomfortable, but afterward, you'll feel its effects. Nana did not hesitate, took the vial, and drank it right away. She smiled and said, It's fine, I absolutely trust my master. Immediately after, Nana's body began to change. A surge of powerful energy spread throughout her, making her feel as if she had been revived. She gently said, This feeling is so familiar, just like the last time I set foot on the mother planet. It seemed that a source of energy had just flashed by. Nana had become stronger, more powerful, and more confident. She felt satisfied, graceful, and realized this was truly her authentic self. Everyone around admired and praised her, so lovely. I want to touch a little. Yiwu suddenly asked, Mother Planet, is this a new camouflage setup? Nana's expression darkened. She nearly blurted out something but managed to stop herself in time. Both of the men standing beside her appeared to be very pleased. They looked at Xiaolei, the girl who had just grown up in the blink of an eye. Isn't she a robotic life form? One person wondered. Although her level had not increased, the aura that the girl exuded was similar to a strongman at level 100. This was exactly the phenomenon of devour evolution that people had mentioned before. In the legends of the old era before Earth OL, the Earth had once been invaded by alien robotic life forms. Although humanity had defeated them, a prominent characteristic of these beings was their ability to devour metal to continuously strengthen themselves. If Xiaolei possessed these traits, her future was certainly promising. Nana thought, could it be that the old man meant I have to search for various new planetary systems with spaceships? Could I really go back to Earth? Although humanity won the battle, if I could find the remains of the Vanguard ships, it would definitely be a great help in leveling up my abilities. However, she was unsure how to broach the subject with the master. Nana continuously shook her head, but in her heart, she called him master. In fact, I don't care about his thoughts, I just want to take advantage of him. Suddenly, Yiwu asked, what is not doing? Aivis began explaining, the spectrum is a bit chaotic, with all kinds of colors. Perhaps due to her growing age, the thoughts of a young girl or something even I cannot see through. Yiwu continued, don't just focus on watching Nana grow up, everyone has a part in this. Moreover, with so many ancient magic crystals? Besides, they are all at the level of 120. Oh my, that's really extravagant. I have seen large scenes before, but today, I have truly never seen anything like this. Ancient magic crystals of this quantity and level are worth at least hundreds of millions. Yiwu, you're casually bringing them out for everyone to absorb and convert into experience points. This is really the kind of wealth that suits Yiwu. It's nothing, I still have a whole vein of magic crystals. Yiwu said, everyone, quickly go absorb the experience value. The father and son exchanged glances. At my age, perhaps I should pass. On the contrary, Yaosa can give it a try. Don't hesitate any longer. Yiwu just got the entire harem of the Poison Society. If you don't make an effort now, there may truly be no more opportunities. I understand, Yaosa replied. On the side, Lisa was also yielding, I don't need it either. Thanks to you, if I can live a few more years, I would be very satisfied. Lisa, go ahead. Remember to repay Yiwu. The old woman smiled very kindly at that moment, so, thank you for not killing my foolish sister. Although we have long gone our separate ways, she is still my sister after all. Yiwu suddenly asked, no need to thank me. I have no direct enmity with her. But if you are sisters, why don't you look alike? What happened between you two back then? She continued, it's a long story. We will talk about it slowly. After all, there are more secrets about him than about his own sister. Everyone continuously leveled up. Then, Yiwu took out a key. After leveling up, how could there be no equipment? Next, let's see what good things are actually in the warehouse. Yiwu is always the best. It feels like the warehouse over the years has been entirely working for you. Kaigo City, underground prison, hurry up. If you take any longer, I'll throw you into the poor area for the cannibals to play with. Please, don't. I beg you to spare me. The guards continuously tortured a girl, it's so annoying. Be careful, you might ruin her face and then we can't sell her. If the boss finds out, he'll kill you. I know. Let's go. Once we finish this job, I'm definitely going to recoup my losses, bring back all the money I've lost today. The atmosphere was tense. The sound of footsteps faded away, but the silence lasted only a moment. The chaotic sounds continued to echo throughout the camp. Are you scared? One person whispered, this happens every day here. No one knows when it will be their turn. The girl huddled in a dark corner, trembling with fear. In this place, there were only two types of people, the useful and the useless. The useful ones would be considered slaves and sold off. The useless ones would be tortured to death or thrown to an 8th-level monster as bait. I don't want to. The girl shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks. She gently embraced the small body, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid, it's okay. We will definitely be rescued." Yi Yunfei was still deep in thought. He remembered Qing Yun, his older brother who had been taken away earlier. I wonder how he is doing now. Don't worry about me. You two must believe in Yi Wu. He will definitely come to save everyone. Lastly, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. Yi Wu's parents sat there, trying to comfort him. With our abilities, there's nothing we can do. All we can do is pray. Yi Wu will definitely come. Before that, we need to keep our spirits up and protect ourselves. Moreover, I have a feeling, your brother is on his way to rescue us. Inside, the man looked extremely upset. He mumbled, "What a joke. This is Kaigo City, the headquarters of Wuji Group. Who dares to come here to rescue anyone? What is Wuji Group anyway? Even I, a businessman from a safe area, ended up locked up here just to save a bit on travel costs. They only know how to act arrogantly in the remote Ainam area. If they have the ability, they should come and face off against the elite team from our eastern region. Wuji Group basically doesn't dare to do that." Suddenly, the door swung open. The man panicked, "Don't take me. I haven't done anything." The guards began herding everyone outside. One shouted, "Get lost. We're not looking for you." "Yes, yes." The man nodded frantically, looking like he was about to cry. At that moment, another guard approached, tightly grabbing Qishi's arm and dragging her away. The people behind watched in fear. Yunfei hurriedly ran after them, shouting, "Let her go. Don't harm the child. If anything happens, just take us instead." The guard turned back, his voice menacing, "Step aside." Having said that, he unhesitatingly kicked Yunfei away. Yunfei fell, crying out, "Don't hurt them. I will go with you, okay?" The guard looked at Yunfei with a sneer, then said, "Now that's obedient." Yunfei painfully clutched his stomach after the kick just now, thinking to himself, "Brother, hurry here. If not, she will be in danger." In the distance, about a kilometer from Kaigo City, a car was speeding towards it. Nadek sat inside the car, laughing loudly. "The big boss is really amazing. My old car has been upgraded in a flash like this. We are about to reach Kaigo City." Yi Wu spoke up, "You're the most familiar here with the deity Kigo. Please introduce everyone a bit." Nadek nodded and began to explain, "All right. Kaigo City is divided into 3 areas based on color attributes: the white zone, the gray zone, and the black zone. The white zone, this is the public area, open to the outside. It is the most bustling place, with a large number of people passing by. In this area, there are hotels, trading centers, casinos, and even a black market. The gray zone, this is the area of illegal activities that the government tacitly accepts. Here, activities such as slave trading, hiring assassins, and dealing in high-grade drugs not circulating in the market take place. This area is managed by the subordinates of the Wuji Group. The black zone, this is the Wuji Group's top-secret area, with the main entrance guarded by heavy troops. Inside is a strict defense system. It is easy to infiltrate but hard to attack. Attempting to break in is not a wise choice. The best way is to infiltrate gradually and disrupt internally." Yi Wu nodded slightly and continued to ask for more details. "So what do we need to prepare to enter the black zone?" Hearing this, Yi Wu said, "The internal layout is completely similar to the safe zone." Nadek added with another good piece of news, "The architectural design of Kaigo City surely references the layout of the safe zone, but the scale is still not comparable. Furthermore, the prison that holds slaves and criminals in the gray zone only allows VIP clients to enter. But I happen to be a VIP monopoly, so we can enter openly and above board. Yi Wu assigned the tasks clearly, now I will distribute the missions. Once we enter the city, I, Nana, and Mei Deek will acquire the Divine Spear to proceed into the Grey Zone, to find out the location of Yun Fei and the others. The remaining members will stay in the White Zone, simultaneously gathering intelligence and designing a temporary stronghold for support. Ci Xiaojia nodded, responding, I understand. Then, Yi Wu pulled out a small device the size of a palm and explained, this is a high-accuracy wide-area transmitter that I created. It has the capability to communicate over a large range without needing a communication station and is also unaffected by electronic jamming devices. Now everyone put it on and get ready for combat. Everyone replied in unison clearly, preparing to embark on the mission. As soon as they reached the gate, a soldier stepped out to guard it. Inside, two others holding guns were looking down and signaling to stop the vehicle. The captain ordered, show your pass. According to the plan that had been laid out, Mei Deek would be the first to enter. He introduced himself, it's me, Mei Deek. Seeing a familiar face, the soldier greeted him, so it's Mei Deek. Have you struck it rich again? Mei Deek chatted cheerfully to lower the soldier's guard, thanks to you, when I get back, I'll treat everyone to drinks. The soldier didn't say much and ordered the group to proceed inside. Yi Wu watched as the group stepped in one by one, and he felt a persistent question in his mind. He spoke up, actually, there is one issue that has been on my mind. I would like to hear your thoughts on it, Mei Deek. Mei Deek replied, please go ahead, Captain. Yi Wu continued, in the past, when I was still in the safe zone, I always thought that the wilderness was a sparsely populated place, difficult to survive in. But ever since I entered the wilderness, my thoughts have changed. He paused for a moment before continuing, even though surviving in this environment is indeed very tough, people like you, Mo Lisa, Mayor Yao, and even Emeric from the Poison Club are actually stronger than many major squads in the safe zone. I am very curious, if everyone has such strong abilities, why don't they move into the safe zone to live more comfortably? Mei Deek smiled and replied, it's understandable that the captain would think like that. Mei Deek said, in any case, the rumors about the wilderness beyond the safe zone greatly differ from reality. This is precisely why survivors tend to be different. Those of lower status or those who cannot survive in the wild are eliminated. Those who can survive and grow to higher levels have undergone life and death challenges. Therefore, they do not care much about the hardships of life. When hungry, they eat, when sleepy, they sleep. To them, freedom is the most important thing. It is said that in the early days, the battle teams in the safe zone often recruited people from the wilderness. However, those with real strength often looked down on the rigid, machine-like life in the safe zone. They believed that those living there were no different from caged beasts. As a result, a situation was formed: lower-tier individuals cannot enter, while higher-tier individuals do not want to. Yi Wu nodded, so that's how it is. Every young citizen in the safe zone must have a job to create value. If not, they will be expelled outside. Whether choosing freedom or living in comfortable circumstances, those are all reasonable choices for each individual. Mei Deek agreed, that's right. Boss, we have arrived at the entrance to the Grey Zone. I will go negotiate with them. Mei Deek stepped closer and said, Boss, it's been a long time since we met. Another person stepped forward, a joyful glint in their eyes as they spotted Mei Deek. Isn't this Boss Mei Deek? What good goods have you brought this time? Of course. Mei Deek replied, then pulled out an invoice. This gray area is not only strictly guarded but also shielded from energy. Moreover, anti-magic devices are installed everywhere. Don't worry, my lord. Their defense system is just at a normal level. From what I see, we can definitely storm in and defeat them directly. Yi Wu gently tapped Mei Deek on the head as a warning, the weak do not triumph over the strong, don't underestimate the enemy. Moreover, we haven't obtained the important intelligence, so don't act recklessly. He silently thought, almost couldn't hide the arrogant appearance of the robot mother planet. I have to restrain myself. Nana patted her head and smiled, yes, Nana understands. Maydik reported, "The Great Lord has completed all related procedures, just wait a little longer and we can proceed." Nana curiously asked, "Great Lord, what is this skill?" Yiwu looked at his glowing hand, unable to hide his surprise. "Oh right. How come it's like this?" Maydik, a bit worried, spoke up to remind them, according to the regulations of this gray area, using magic is prohibited. Everywhere is equipped with anti-evil devices. If detected, it would be quite troublesome. Nana was very calm, "Don't underestimate the master. These low-level devices are ineffective against us." Yiwu also understood why Maydik said that, "Your concerns are valid, but my skills far exceed these equipment. There is no need to worry about being detected. Initially, it was because of the rush and insufficient preparation that I was discovered by Tuet Locke. But this time, I will crush all my limits." Suddenly, a sound from the system rang out, "Please use True Eye. Currently processing the information of the map. Please wait a moment." Among the crowd, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared. Looking up at the sky, Yiwu seemed to notice something. The level of this person displayed a question mark. He recalled the previous arrangements. Junfei and mother are indeed in the gray prison. They are fine. Good. Yiwu sighed in relief, but why has Qingyan been taken to another place in the gray area? More importantly, why is Qixi in the black area, where the highest level is? There must be something wrong. Moreover, the dispersed individuals did not receive timely assistance. Yiwu's face became serious. "No matter how difficult it is to provide rescue, you must definitely save everyone out safely." Inside a prison, at this moment, a figure walked over, pointed, and shouted, "All three of you, stand up for me. Feel honored, because there are distinguished guests who want to spend money to buy you." Yunfei did not believe what she just heard. "What? I definitely won't go with these people. Who are you? Even if I die, I will not go with you." The man immediately shouted, "If you don't behave, do you still want to suffer?" He dragged Yunfei in front of a strange man. This man was cloaked in black, making it hard to see his face. "Yes, master. But be careful, this girl is very fierce." Yunfei stood in front, spreading her arms to protect. "Don't come any closer. Don't hurt my father and mother." In the tense moment, Yiwu unexpectedly smiled and took off the hat from his head. Seeing that everyone still had their spirits up, he felt relieved. Yunfei's older brother was stunned, and just as he spoke, he quickly covered his mouth again. "He really came. I knew it. No matter what happens, he won't abandon everyone." But when he realized that Yiwu had disguised himself as a slave buyer, Yunfei immediately understood that things were very dangerous. She told herself to stay calm, suppress her emotions, and absolutely not to cause any more trouble for her brother. Saying that, Yunfei suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Yiwu's clothes. "What do you nameless people really want to do? Our lives belong only to ourselves. Don't even think about manipulating us. Rather than being sold by you, I would rather take my own life." Yiwu thought, "It truly lives up to being my sister. Even in danger, she remains calm. Don't worry, everything here is under my control. Nana and some others are safe now." At that moment, Yunfei burst into tears. Their parents also came to embrace the two siblings. Yiwu said, "I'm sorry, Yunfei. Father, mother, and everyone have gone through a lot of suffering. I assure you this will never happen again." Yunfei choked up, "But brother, there are all those high-ranking guards everywhere. How can you get in?" Yiwu smiled, "This is simple. While everyone was away, I've grown much stronger. The resonance in my mind has leveled up. Now I can use language or sound to numb and control the enemy. The higher the level of the enemy, the longer and more of them I can control." As Yiwu spoke, a soldier suddenly shouted loudly, "Get your face down on the ground right now. Don't just stand there and look." He continued to yell, "Are you admiring and envying it? Too bad you don't have a brother as remarkable as this. Indeed, someone has come to save you. Is this what it feels like to have family? Yunfei turned to Yiwu, her voice worried. Brother, what should we do next? Shi and Yun have been separated and taken away. If we leave now and get discovered, they will be in even greater danger. Father continued, Yunfei is right. If this place is under control, we can stay a little longer. But you must go save Shi and Yun first. Yunfei replied, I've thought about this, but I don't want everyone to suffer here any longer. You all must leave here with me. I have already determined the locations of Yun and Shi. After that, I will go rescue them. He paused and continued, the guard shift change here is every hour. Perhaps it's been long enough now. The others, upon hearing this, felt moved. They originally thought this girl was just being humorous, but now they realized it was the truth. Someone else spoke up, you're quite impressive. But I have heard all of your plan. If you don't want everything to be exposed, take me with you to escape. Otherwise, I will make a big deal out of this, and don't expect to get away. Yunfei frowned and coldly replied, on the contrary, I am very interested to know how big of a deal you intend to make. The man was taken aback and angrily said, so you don't want to take me along? Fine. If worst comes to worst, we'll all die together. There's someone who wants to rob the prison. I want to report. There's someone who wants to rob the prison. He shouted loudly, but before he could finish, someone struck him straight in the chest. He spat out blood, his eyes went vacant, and he collapsed right there. The one who attacked said, someone. There is a traitor colluding with the guards to rob the prison. Everyone else, don't just stand there. Let's stir up a riot together. He said, this guy clearly has the ability to take all of us away, but he only wants to save his own family. Let's cause a riot, don't let them escape. Why is it that only their family gets to be saved while we are locked up here? It's either waiting to die or becoming slaves? A little girl sat curled up in the corner, crying into her hands. What should we do now? Yunfei asked anxiously. Just then, a small vial was thrown by Yiwu, containing a type of neurotoxin. This toxin could cause temporary amnesia for about an hour. You all suffer in our place for freedom, that's normal. I erase your memories temporarily for freedom, that's also normal, don't blame me, Yiwu said coldly. After all, I'm not a saint. Serves you right for becoming an enemy of my brother, no one will have a good ending. However, Yunfei was still worried, but brother, even if we can escape from this prison, we won't be able to stay by your side, or it will affect Shi and Yun. Don't worry, Yiwu replied. I've thought this through. Originally, I planned to finish building the stronghold, and then everyone would go there. But now, the safest place is right here. This is the key to the baby beetle world. Yiwu said, that's right, I have let baby beetle prepare to pick everyone up. Everyone here is the safest. On the outside, it seems like we are separated, but in reality, it is not like that at all. The door moved and opened, I understand what you mean. Yiwu, you must save Shi and Yun. Let our family truly reunite. But you must also pay attention to your safety. Father, mother, I understand. Trust me, we will meet again soon. Next is the scene of Yun in the gray area. Although it is unclear what has happened to him, I silently thought, wait for me, I will come immediately. On the other side, Yun was being brutally tortured. The whips continuously lashed at his body, and his blood was now reduced to a small amount. You can scream louder if you want, because your screams only excite the whips even more. The one beating him was Li Hua, one of the 8 generals of the Wuji group. Yun was beaten mercilessly. Li Hua mocked him while saying, the boss has assigned me the task of interrogating you. However, I am not interested in old people or children. On the contrary, a strong and powerful man like you is very interesting. Yun gritted his teeth and endured, refusing to let himself collapse under this brutal torture. Li Hua said softly, don't be afraid to scream, don't try to hold it in. Your pain is my greatest pleasure. Xingyan thought to himself, I knew I would face harsh punishments, but I never imagined falling into the hands of Li Hua, the most twisted person in the Wuji group. Even though I've ended up here, I can only blame my bad luck. But don't think for a second you'll hear a word from me. And you definitely won't get the screams you're hoping for. You're quite persistent, aren't you? He sneered. I have countless ways to make you talk. If it weren't for my superior wanting to enjoy the show, I would have used every method already. But if you keep refusing to tell me Yi Wu's whereabouts, I'll have no choice but to ask Kiddu and your mother. Damn it, go after me if you want, but leave them out of this, he shouted. Li Hua responded, now you're starting to worry. He laughed darkly. This is the reaction I wanted to see. In fact, the more you react like this, the more I want to find them. You don't have to go through all that trouble, didn't I come straight to your door? A cold voice interrupted. Yi Wu. He gasped in shock. Why are you here? Is it really you, Yi Wu? You've saved me the effort by walking right into my trap, but you've spoiled my fun. To make up for that, you'll have to join us and play along. You have no right to refuse. I have no interest in a man like you, so I refuse, Yi Wu responded coldly. I already said, you have no right to refuse. The man sneered, then swung his whip violently towards Yi Wu. However, Yi Wu effortlessly caught it with one hand. What I do not want to do, no one has ever forced me to do, Yi Wu said, his cold gaze fixated directly on the opponent. You are very good, I like you, the man said, his eyes shining with desire. Compared to Lan Qingyun, you excite me much more. Now, the fire of desire within me has ignited like never before. Yi Wu smiled faintly and replied, I don't care whether it's lust or whatever. At your level, in front of me, you're not even qualified. Keep spouting that trash. The angrier you get, the more interesting I find it. As soon as he finished his sentence, Yi Wu delivered a powerful kick, sending the man flying over 10 meters. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Is that what shocks you? It's not easy to encounter an opponent who can wield my fire, Yi Wu said. The man chuckled softly, but that smile quickly faded when Yi Wu struck him again, crashing hard against the opposite wall. Blood continued to flow, staining the ground. The fire of mine. He gasped, but before he could finish his sentence, Yi Wu slammed him violently against the wall. You are indeed strong, but you're just a foolish person with a bit of strength, Yi Wu concluded, his eyes filled with contempt. He tried to calm down, regaining some strength, and said, This is the territory of Wuji Group. The noise just now has attracted attention, the guards are on their way here. Even if you grew wings, it would be hard to escape. Yi Wu scoffed, replying, Do you think I don't know that? Fortunately, I found a treasure in the warehouse. This space has been isolated by me, no one outside knows anything. He was astonished, yelling, What are you saying? Space killing array? How do you have that? I don't believe this can trap me. He slammed hard against the wall, but Yi Wu remained calm and said, It's useless. Even if you turned this space to ashes, the people outside wouldn't notice. He angrily roared, You bastard. I will go all out against you. Yi Wu shrugged, coldly replying, I'm not interested in you. You should just take your leave. He shouted, If you kill me, that will also be a dead end. No matter how powerful you are, you can't take on the whole Wuji group. We still have many unbeatable secret weapons, once we unleash their full power, the entire world will be in our hands. Yi Wu interrupted, You don't need to say any more. Saying that, Yi Wu decisively ended his life. Is this world truly that of Wuji Group? Yi Wu wondered. But he knew one thing for sure, that person would never have the chance to see. Notification system, experience gained, 500,000. Reward, 1 million. The killing intent radiating from Yi Wu had severely harmed the man in front of him. The items obtained include, a sexy leather whip, a sexy leather case, a sexy outfit only to be worn by the right person. As for the sexy mask, these are all props that have fallen. How bizarre. Throw it away. It's really unfortunate that it fell into the hands of this pervert. Thankfully you arrived in time. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened. Xingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Well, let's not talk about this for now. Since you took the initiative to strike, it means you know the cause and effect clearly, right? Xingyan nodded, his expression serious. That's right, everything is related to the secret weapon of the Wuji group that Li Hua just mentioned. That weapon is an ancient one that the Wuji group possesses? Yi Wu asked, surprised. Correct, Xingyan replied firmly. What? The Wuji group also has an ancient? Are you sure? Can the Wuji group be trusted? Where did you hear this from? Yi Wu questioned, his voice betraying his confusion. Xingyan lowered his voice, his gaze probing. I overheard a conversation between Li Huo and others. They spoke of a secret weapon, some kind of experiment. However, I do not have clear information about the ancient because I have very little intel. But one thing is certain, only the Wuji group knows the true appearance of the ancient. Even the 8 great generals only know of its existence. The Wuji group has been in secluded cultivation for more than 10 years, only issuing orders through communication tools to direct the 8 great generals. Xingyan continued, if they really have an ancient, based on the power of the gods, they could easily dominate the wild regions and the entire southwestern area. But up till now, they have never taken action. Xingyan said, perhaps there is some condition binding them, but that is not important. What matters is the reason they captured Qixi. It's possible that Qixi is related to the Wuji group's secluded cultivation and ancient matters. I need to go to the Black Zone to rescue Qixi. You should set up a temporary point in the White Zone and gather with your teammates first. This is new equipment I prepared for you and a magic crystal, used for leveling up. Take the opportunity to absorb it to increase your strength. When the time comes, I will send a signal to act. Understood, you are still as thoughtful as ever, the other person replied. If the reason is due to the Wuji group's secluded cultivation, the Black Zone must surely be in a lockdown state. It will be extremely difficult to get in. Even if it's difficult, I must go. Qixi is waiting for me, Yi Wu said with a determined gaze. In Kaigo City, in the Black Zone, inside a secret laboratory in a tall tower, synchronization rate 80%. Synchronization successful. Fusion progress has reached 30%. Energy conversion is stable. Gradually increased transmission power to the limit. He truly could not imagine, previously, the highest synchronization rate was only about 50%. But after adding this girl, the rate increased to 80%. This is completely inconsistent with science. But it has indeed happened. This is Tianxian, one of the 8 generals of the Wuji group. He said, anyway, in the era of the Earth OL era, there are many things that are unscientific. There's no need to clarify further. Continue to stabilize the fusion rate until it reaches 100%. The Wuji group's intention is to directly seize the body of the ancient. Tianxian said, at that time, there will be no one in this world who can stop us. The Wuji group will stand at the peak of the world. A warning. Could someone have infiltrated? Is Li Hua already dead? What is happening? Could it be that Yi Wu has entered Kaigo City and dealt with Li Hua already? For a man with ancient powers, this is not unusual at all. But just at that moment, the final main dish should be served at the dining table. The person I have set my sights on will not escape my magic. Immediately mobilize all the cameras in the Black Zone. Understood. Continuous alerts appeared. What is going on? Tens of thousands of cameras in the Black Zone are all malfunctioning. What about the communication system with the outside? Is there any report about the intruder? Boss, it's not just the cameras, even the communication system with the outside has gone down. We have been completely isolated. I never expected that my proud defense system would be paralyzed this quickly. Yi Wu truly has skills. I underestimated him. No matter how strong you are, you cannot break through the main gate of the tower because it requires the marks of the 8 great generals to enter. Tianxian said, as long as I withdraw into the tower and wait for the Wuji group to complete the fusion, it will be fine. But to take precautions, I must say that we cannot connect. Try again. Even the private communication signals have been hacked. Tianxian was surprised. Can you really reach this level? I absolutely will not allow anyone to surpass me in the art of survival. I will not spare you. Medik said, no wonder you are a master of manipulation. You easily control so many guards like this. For the master, this is a piece of cake. These 2 soldiers are completely under his poison's influence. This door is indeed very solid. Perhaps only with the full firepower of the Flame Emperor could we barely break through. But in a situation where we are unsure of what lies inside, it's better not to act recklessly. Master, do you see that this place seems to be for inserting something? Indeed, it looks like a classic mechanism with 8 slots. Could it be related to the 8 generals of the Wuji group? Definitely. What do you know about these 8 generals? Yi Wu asked. Of course, in Kaigo City, no one is unaware of them. Each person has their own force and specialized field. Li Hua, whom you just defeated, is in charge of the gray area. Although they operate as a whole, their boundaries of power are clearly defined. No one easily crosses those lines. Additionally, their naming and division are said to be based on an ancient mystical theory. But the specifics are unclear. Yi Wu thought, it seems we have to face each one of them in turn. This significantly delays my rescue plan. I wonder how the situation with Qi Shi inside is. But right now, there's no other way. Nana said, Master, we can split into 2 directions. That way, our efficiency will be higher. She continued, Master, we can split into 2 action directions like this to increase efficiency. If I unleash my full power, I can surpass level 20 in combat. Nana, do you want to act alone? Those damned bastards, I must avenge Sister Yunfei and Mother. Don't talk as if they encountered something major, it took great difficulty to have such a strong body. Of course, I must seize the opportunity to become stronger even faster, to grow to a level where even you cannot catch up with me, Master. That's not my intention, Master. If you are so determined, I will entrust this to you, but you must pay attention to your safety. If something goes wrong, absolutely do not prolong the battle. Do you understand? Master, rest assured. Nana understands. My level has increased quite a bit. However, there are too many people in this city who know you. If you are exposed, it will be inconvenient for future operations and support. There will be many things I will need your help with in the future. I understand. Then I will stay here to wish you both victory. Go. In just 2 hours, Nana had completed the battle. Outside the upscale bar in the Grey District, Mirrored Moon, 2 security guards wearing black glasses were checking the customers wanting to enter the bar. This place serves independent travelers, only VIP customers are allowed inside. The deafening sound echoed, the excited screams, the upbeat music, and the girls dancing on poles endlessly, their bodies swaying to the rhythm. You dance beautifully, look over here, give me a kiss, let's have another drink. Haha, if you insist. Madame Kanchi, level 125, with her sultry figure, waved a fan, smiling as she asked, is everyone having fun tonight? Oh, it's you, Miss Kanchi, the owner is here too. We're having a great time. Yes, as long as everyone is happy. I welcome you all to come often, I will gladly provide the best service. While attending to guests, a red-haired girl rushed over, her face filled with worry. Mom, it's not good. Kanchi frowned, what's so alarming? In front of the guests, and you're acting like this? The girl bowed her head in apology, I'm sorry, but the VIP guests in room 301 have had too much to drink, they won't listen to advice, and they're bullying the girls. Kanchi nodded, alright, lead me there. As she entered the room, Kanchi saw a group of ruffians, their hair slicked back and standing on end, wearing armor, teasing the young girls, "Stop resisting, just obediently do as you're told." One man said, "I'm paying so much money, and I can't have any fun? Do you believe I'll smash this joint of yours?" "Please don't." A girl softly pleaded. Kanchi stepped forward, smiling politely, "Dear guest, I hope you can stay calm. Today is the day you just became a VIP member, right?" The gangster asked, "So what? Who are you?" Kanchi calmly replied, "I am the owner here. Let me introduce you to the rules of my place. We only serve drinks, we do not sell our bodies. If you want more services, you'll have to see if you have the charm to win over our girls. Using money or force to coerce is strictly prohibited." The gangster smirked, sneering, sharp tongue. "Women like you pretending to be pure? Isn't it all about the money when you go out to work? I'm big now, money is no issue." As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of cash, waving it in front of Kanchi. "Is this enough?" Seeing the insulting action, Kanchi's face darkened. She replied, "Rules are rules. If you truly have needs in that aspect, I can arrange for you to go to a place in the red light district." The gangster suddenly became more aggressive. "I don't want that. I'm tired of the red light district. Today I want to try the taste of girls in the gray area." He stepped closer, stroking Kanchi's chin, his voice gleeful, looking closely. "Your beauty isn't bad. An aging beauty still has her allure, how about?" Kanchi coldly said, "Please respect yourself." Having said that, she twisted his hand that had just touched her. His scream of pain echoed, "My hand is broken. Let me go." Seeing their boss being hurt, the gang members rushed in. One shouted loudly, "You've got guts. Daring to hurt my boss. Kill her." Suddenly, a red liquid appeared on their foreheads. "Everyone don't move. The liquid on our forehead is red wine. In my establishment, no one can force my people to do anything against their will. Now, I give you two options. 1. Sit down and slowly enjoy the wine I'm offering. 2. Continue causing trouble, and then enjoy the full body disposal service. At that point, your bodies will be picked up by someone else, taken for cremation, and stuffed into jars." One thug turned pale, his voice trembling. "The ability to control liquid here. Could it be? I remember now. You are one of the 8 generals of the Wuji group with the ability to control liquid, Kanchi. But I didn't expect you to be the owner of a nightclub." Another one panicked, "Boss, we messed with the wrong person." He immediately turned to Kanchi, flattering, "We will drink right away. We apologize for not understanding the rules and offending you. Please spare our lives. Each of us will immediately make a lifetime VIP card to make amends for our mistake." Kanchi smiled brightly. "Well then, that's settled. I wish everyone a wonderful evening." "Wonderful, extremely wonderful. The owner can take her time." Even though Kanchi could easily kill them all, she chose not to. She truly was someone who could see the bigger picture. In Yiwu's hand was a half-finished glass of milk. She said, "Hand over your mark. I can choose not to make things difficult for you. That would be good for everyone." Kanchi said, "You are Yiwu? This isn't really a place for chatting." Yiwu replied, "I understand." She leaned back on the sofa, her gaze scrutinizing. "It seems you are indeed the legendary Yiwu. I didn't expect you to be so young and handsome. If you've managed to find your way here, I assume you've dealt with the fire already. You're preparing to head to the Black Zone to rescue people, right?" Yiwu answered, "Since you already know what's going on, I won't beat around the bush. To benefit yourself the most, I'm sure you know what to do." Kanchi laughed, "Ha, of course. A person like you, who can easily take down Li Hua, I'm not foolish enough to confront you directly. Alright, I can hand over the mark to you. But before that, since it's rare for you to visit me, wouldn't you like to try our exquisite wine? It's a service that one has to pay a hefty sum to enjoy. Come on in." At Kanchi's command, 2 beautiful women brought over the wine. They approached Yi Wu, one of them cooing, "Handsome, let me drink with you. Or we can do something even more interesting." Yi Wu frowned, looking confused. "Hey, isn't this place supposed to be one where that kind of business doesn't happen? Why is it like this?" Kanchi shrugged, smiling. "I never said it was forbidden. It's just that violence and money can't be used to coerce anyone." She said, "My children willingly do this for you, so isn't that a good thing?" She waved her hand to signal, "Now there are important matters to attend to. You girls can step back for a moment." The two girls sighed in confusion. Mom really is." Kanchi poured wine, lifted her glass, and her cheeks were starting to flush. "Take the seals." "Actually, I don't care about fighting with you men. I just want to protect my little corner of the world, so that the children under my care can live a short, peaceful life in this apocalypse. This is indeed the right choice." She paused for a moment, her gaze contemplative. "After I deal with Wuji Group, I can fulfill your wish. You really are bold, to dare to do this upon our first meeting. However, I have two sincere pieces of advice. First, gathering all 8 seals to enter the dark area is already impossible. One of the 8 generals, Tian Xian, has long been in the tower of the dark area. You won't be able to meet him. Second, while we are talking here, the other one of the 8 generals has arrived. You should prepare yourself mentally." Yi Wu's face became serious, his sharp gaze shot at her. "Did you notify them?" Kanchi replied, "That's right. If you can't defeat them, then don't talk about defeating the Wuji Group. If you want me to bet on you, at least you have to show a little real strength. If you can truly defeat them, I will tell you. Only I know the secret method to enter the central tower in the Black Zone." He sneered. I can't deny it, you are indeed a formidable woman. Want to test my strength? No problem. Just when I was troubled about having to search for them one by one, wasting time. Let's go together." The crowd buzzed. "Hey, everyone look over there. Oh my god, is it real or fake? This is the first time I've seen 5 gods appear at the same time." The generals are all stepping forward. The first person was Jinlei, the man riding the lion was Jin Shan. The tallest one was Dikuan. The only girl in the group was Zidue, and finally there was Sun Feng. One voice spoke up, dripping with sarcasm. "If it weren't for the urgent situation, who would want to work with that gay guy?" Another snapped back, "Don't lump me in with that Li Hua. If you do, I'll really kill you." The first one chuckled derisively, "A transgender and a furry lover. I see the two of you really are quite similar." The blue-haired girl interjected with disdain in her eyes, "You're not much better, you filthy men. Always immature and pointless like this." He turned to smirk coldly. "Don't provoke me, Zidue, or the consequences won't be pleasant." He said, "Now is not the time for internal strife among ourselves. If you want to make some moves while Master Wuji Group is in secluded cultivation, you'll have to wait until after we kill Yi Wu. But if the Wuji Group investigates, you must bear the consequences yourself." Spare me. The wrath of Master Wuji Group is more terrifying than hell, especially since before going into secluded cultivation, he instructed us on many matters and requested that we work together to deal with this. Do you think this is just making a big deal out of nothing because of a kid coming from the safe zone? If you truly think so, then you will definitely be the second to die. Because Kanchi said Li Hua had already been taken care of by that guy. Of course, Li Hua is the weakest among us, so it's not surprising he was taken down first. But that proves we cannot underestimate that kid. He not only handled Broken Down but also infiltrated our headquarters without anyone knowing. Such strength cannot be taken lightly. Not to mention that he holds the ancient in his hands. If we are careless, we could all die at his hands. Zidue said, "That's why Kanchi asked us to take action together, to ensure that kid has no chance to use the ancient. She truly deserves her reputation as the best strategist among us, her intellect far surpasses that of you filthy men." Nana said, "Stop. You guys are the 5 generals under Wuji Group, right? Don't even think about taking another step." Nana coldly stated, for my master, I will make sure you disappear here. One of them laughed loudly. Where did this kid come from? It's hilarious. Nana said, WTF, are you two laughing at? I'll kill you all first. Nana frowned, her expression tense. Although she spoke ruthlessly, she knew very well that the level of these individuals was not low. If it really comes to a confrontation, I definitely won't be able to defeat them. The only way left is to draw the hatred towards my master, she thought. One of the generals looked at Nana carefully and then burst out laughing. Aren't you the mechanical one that Broken Dawn captured before? You've changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you. Nana calmly replied, that's right. But now I am the upgraded version. Today, I came to seek revenge. Because you captured Sister Yunfei and my parents, prepare to die. Nana recalled her master's teachings. When surrounded, you must focus on one person. She fixed her gaze on the beast rider and shouted, alright, let me play with you. The guy smirked, you guys go ahead, I'll deal with her first, then chase after you. But remember, don't fail miserably. At that moment, another person named Annie flew down from above. Stop. He looked at Nana, then turned to the others. Who is this? How can the defense of Kaigo City be this weak? Nana maintained her icy glare. The others can go, but you cannot. I have questions for you. The red-haired girl had her sword resting against Zidue's throat. Looking for me? Do I know you? She asked with a contemptuous tone. Are you making a fool of yourself? In the wild, I've never heard of a strongman with your identification number. This rank of yours is most likely due to some special equipment you used, isn't it? Zidue tried to stay calm but couldn't afford to underestimate the girl's confident attitude. Although she had only come to find him, it was clear that she possessed strength. Those around her looked at her with wary eyes. If you've dared to confront us, you must have some skill, one of the group whispered to his teammates. We don't need to compare ourselves with her. Let her deal with Zidue herself, another person remarked with a smirk. Very good, we can avoid sharing the credit for once. The sword remained pressed against Zidue's neck as the red-haired girl coldly stated, no matter what you ask, as long as you're the one pointing a sword at me, no one can walk away alive. Have you realized that? The pressure mounted, and Zidue tried to think of a way to cope. Since you brought 5 people here, you must have found an arena to fight in? Zidue asked, trying to buy some time. If not, fighting here will ruin this place. The red-haired girl nodded and pointed into the distance. Of course, there's a fighting arena not far from here. It's very spacious, called the combat stage. Perfect for a battle. Good, I'll head there first. You can come after. Zidue stepped out the door, his mind racing. What could she be plotting? Although I could use poison control to force her to reveal how to enter the hidden area, it might be more efficient to settle everything in one go. This fight, whether I want it or not, will eventually happen. Yiwu stepped into the arena, where everything stood out prominently. The audience was dense, and the lively atmosphere made him smile involuntarily. This place really knows how to stir excitement, Yiwu thought to himself. While he was observing, someone unexpectedly blocked his way. This isn't a place for a kiddo like you. Get out of here. The large man in front of him shouted loudly. Yiwu just smirked, slipped past without saying a word. On the stage, 2 competitors were fiercely confronting each other. Pascal, nicknamed Thunder Emperor, and Kangwo, known as Overlord, were continuously delivering powerful punches. Is that all you've got? Are you already out of breath? Kangwo mocked, dodging a punch and counterattacking. Pascal refused to back down. His punch sounded like roaring thunder, but Kangwo only scoffed. Your punch is just a tickle for me. The audience was cheering wildly, each roar shaking the arena. Suddenly, from the main entrance, a colossal force surged in. 2 guards were sent flying like ragdolls, crashing hard onto the ground. The crowd buzzed. What's happening? Something suddenly went down? A commentator yelled. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure emerged. It was a teenager, with a cold gaze and an imposing aura. He slowly walked into the arena, capturing everyone's attention. Who is that teenager? What does he want? Yiwu confidently walked in, looked around, and said, "This place is not bad, quite spacious, and there are many spectators. The competition later is sure to be very interesting." The two others saw this and approached, their expressions full of hostility. One of them spoke up, "This Kido dares to disturb our match, is he tired of living? It seems that the matter of determining the winner between us will have to be put on hold. We need to deal with this disrespectful brat first." Both pointed at Yiwu, their eyes filled with disdain. Facing that overwhelming aura, Yiwu unexpectedly pointed at the announcer and said, "Hey you, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and announce the betting. Oh, by the way, I bet 5,000 that I will win." The announcer was confused but still spoke into the microphone. What is this? An unprecedented situation. This young man not only dares to challenge two champion contenders at once but also bets on himself. Is he just a rich kid who likes to waste money, or is he truly a mysterious expert? Below, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Is this a joke? Who would bet on that kiddo? This is interesting. But I bet 1 yuan that he wins. Let's see. Another person laughed loudly. This is really funny, this must be a setup by the organizers. But it cannot be denied, the entertainment level has suddenly increased. They discussed, "Kid, you don't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. It seems we have to let you taste a bit of suffering to understand reality. Don't worry, we'll act quickly, and we won't let you suffer for long." The teenager smirked faintly. Got it. But you guys should take some stamina recovery potions first, to avoid being accused of me bullying you. Then let's all attack at once, consider it a warm-up before the main event. One of them shouted, "Want to die? Fine, I'll oblige." Immediately, two of them teamed up to use the skill's dominating power in Thunder God Strike, charging towards the teenager. The final battle had begun. These two were originally competing for the championship, yet they unexpectedly joined forces to attack the newly appeared teenager. However, the attack was quickly neutralized by Yiwu with ease. One person in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" He easily blocked the attacks from both of them. Unbelievable. Yiwu coldly stepped forward, grabbed the heads of the two and slammed them together. The sound of their wails echoed. They were completely overwhelmed, like toys in the hands of the teenager. The crowd began to buzz. Who on earth is this teenager? Oh my, am I seeing things? Is this real? There's someone this powerful in Kaigo City. Fortunately, I just placed all my bets on him. Someone daring enough to step into the arena like this must be extraordinary. It's a pity I don't have much money on me, otherwise, I would have struck it rich by now. Half an hour ago, Genshan said, "I have expelled Zidue, and now there is no one to disturb us." That's good. After all, I am one of the 8 generals, and I don't want to be accused of bullying the weak, so I will give you 5 minutes to attack. I will only defend, not retaliate. Once said, there's no turning back. Having finished his sentence, Nana charged forward, throwing a punch towards him. Of course, after that, she relentlessly punched and kicked, continuing to assault him. The surroundings were engulfed in the fire of her attacks. He said, "I can't deny it, little girl, you hit hard. But with this little force of attack, you won't defeat me." Now, the 5 minutes are up. Indeed, 5 minutes were up, but Nana had only managed to take 75% of his health. She was frustrated. Damn it. He smirked wickedly. Now it's my turn to strike. His riding tiger swiped at her, sending Nana flying dozens of meters away, buried in a pile of condensed excrement. Nana huffed. Buried? Not even close to 1,000,000 light years away. If I can't defeat you now, I won't stop fighting until I do. She focused her mechanical absorption, enhancing her own abilities. Let's see whose punch is harder. Your strength is much greater than before, but still not enough. Both of them hurled their punches towards each other at the same time, but Nana's punch only managed to take away a small amount of his health. Nana's enhanced arm had shattered at this moment. She was struck through several houses. Seeing this, he shouted, "Ryan, don't give her a chance to breathe." Nana gritted her teeth, sensing something unusual in her body. Damn it! I still haven't absorbed enough metal. I need more. Suddenly she realized, my blood is healing itself. Could it be because the master injected nanomechanical cells into me? They are automatically repairing the damage to my body? She looked around and recognized where she had just been thrown. This is a weapon shop? I'm being smashed into a weapon shop again? Isn't this a perfect opportunity? If so, I won't hold back anymore. At that moment, Ryan had run over. Nana smirked, "You arrived just in time, let me take my anger out on you." So, my worry about lacking firepower has been completely cured. Nana had now upgraded into a female warrior goddess, equipped with new weapons. A minute of her fiery attack caused Ryan to lose 60% of his health. Ryan screamed in pain. Meanwhile, Nana suddenly thought, earlier, the master gave me leftover nanomechanical cells. I just thought of an interesting idea. After injecting Ryan with the drug, the two returned to the site of the previous battle. Jen Shan immediately asked, "What just happened that made such a terrible noise? Have you dealt with that annoying little one yet?" Nana laughed coldly and replied, "Ryan, no. That is its past life name. Now, it is no longer Ryan, but Black Moonlight." Jen Shan said, "What? You dare to transform my Ryan into a life form? Damn machinery, unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable." Nana shouted angrily, "I will use all my strength to kill you." He spoke while changing shape, transforming into the giant form of the mountain. However, he could not attack the pet lion from before. Nana smirked, "This is getting interesting. Black Moonlight, bite him for me." Black Moonlight roared with a thunderous sound and then charged at his mechanical form. Ran quickly shouted, "Don't force me. Damn it, I underestimated you. I never expected that someone so young could have such a cruel mind." Nana scoffed, her eyes full of mockery, "What if I have a cruel mind? No matter how cruel I am, you will never understand even in death." He trembled and shouted, "Stop it, Ryan. Don't force me to take action against you." No matter what he said, the tiger continued to bite and tear. Above, the flames from Black Moonlight kept erupting, causing continuous damage. Nana growled, "Don't dream anymore. Your lion now belongs to me. There's no saving it. Die." Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, Nana immediately lunged forward and slashed several times at him. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You dare to underestimate me? I am not the same as before." The eyes of Black Moonlight were now filled with killing intent, aiming straight at him. Jen Shan tried to fly up to evade but ultimately was still bitten to death by the tiger. Zidue said, "Although her feelings for her pet go beyond my therapeutic abilities, that cannot conceal the crime she has committed. She can only blame herself for wronging the wrong person. In any world, choices are always more important than efforts. If there's nothing worth discussing, I advise you not to waste your energy trying to hinder me. After all, what do you want to ask? I will give you a few minutes. As the pharmacology professor of the 1st District Academy, you must be familiar with the name Anjo, right? Miss Zidue, perhaps you shouldn't mention that name in your school." Zidue was surprised, "Do you know my past?" "It's not strange at all. A few years ago, when I joined the Wuji group, I never hid my identity. Many people in Kaigo City know about my background." She continued, "Anjo? Of course, I know him. He was the student I liked the most back then. But indeed, fate is playful. He worked hard to become stronger. After much toil and hardship, he finally chose to appear in front of me." "Have you met Anjo?" "Of course," she replied. "That kid knelt before me, crying and wailing, begging me to help him grow stronger quickly. I still remember helping him find his missing sister as if it were just yesterday, and he even asked for help to become stronger? Annie said, could it be that his monster transformation is related to you? She nodded, that's right. Moreover, I was the one who guided him to make a pact with the monster transformation. That kid agreed without a second thought to find you. Hearing her speak like that, the red-haired girl was furious, pointing her sword straight at Zidue. Why don't you keep chopping? The red-haired girl coldly continued, I'm not that foolish. Killing you right now would cut off the clues about Anjo. If it's your favorite student, then why did you push it into the abyss? Zidue chuckled, because I care, I want to see just how much it can grow. Back then, I had the monster transformation drug test panel from the Deadly Poison Society, but this drug had many flaws. I didn't want to waste a promising seed, so I guided it to use monsters to quickly become stronger. But I never expected it would take lives in the safe zone as a condition to reach an agreement with the monster. Truly worthy of being my proudest student, the greatest masterpiece of mine. The red-haired girl squinted her eyes, coldly asking, so where is it now? Zidue smiled and replied, after it killed those who harmed you, it came to see me once, then set off to Sunset Canyon. What happened afterward, I don't know. Upon hearing this, the red-haired girl sneered, then you're useless. Saying that, she swung her blade and sliced Zidue in two. However, from the severed body of Zidue, a mocking voice still echoed, is it starting now? Unfortunately, it's useless. No matter how many times stronger you are, you can't kill me. Because no matter how sharp the sword is, it cannot slice through the power of the poison swamp flowing within me. Zidue seemed to be resurrected but could not touch her body. Useless, useless. She growled. At this moment, the red-haired girl was diligently slashing, but there were vulnerabilities all around her feet. The toxins from her body were so strong that they formed a swamp at her feet. Is this swamp created by the fragments of your body? Why can't you escape? Annie exclaimed in surprise. Zidue emerged from the swamp, laughing coldly, surprised, huh? But perhaps I'm more surprised than you. This deep swamp of mine is laced with deadly poison. But why, even though you've fallen into it, does your blood not decrease at all? Is it because of the suppression level? However, even if I can't kill you, I can trap you in this swamp for life. Slowly tormenting you, slowly transforming you, and then handing you over to the Wuji group. He will surely be very pleased. The red-haired girl replied confidently, you want to transform me? Truly a twist of fate. You no longer have a chance. Do you know why I am immune to your poison? The red-haired girl smiled coldly, because Ames has transformed me countless times. The poisons of this world no longer affect me. Hearing this, Zidue angrily screamed, is it possible that she saved you and then transformed you? Damn it! That poison club bunch got here first, how infuriating. The red-haired girl remained calm, looking straight at him, that's right. She deserves to die. Not only did she transform my body, but she also gave me chaotic energy. I never intended to use this energy in my life. But to kill you, I no longer need to hold back. The purple poison on the red-haired girl is spreading. Zidue is gradually becoming poisoned. This is the deadly toxin created by Ames. It hurts so much. My body feels like it's being burned. Zidue screams, her whole body trembling. The red-haired girl has changed the situation, completely taking control. She looks at Zidue with a challenging voice, although I can't cut through this swamp or escape, with Ames' deadly poison spreading, in the end, will you sink to your death first, or will I be poisoned before that? Zidue struggles to hold on, her gaze full of helplessness. But if you are willing to give me more information I need, perhaps you still have a chance to survive. Zidue is unwilling but knows she has no other choice. She says, I already told you. After Anjo came to find me, I sent someone to track him to Sunset Canyon. But in the end, he was defeated and went missing by an unknown level beast. I really don't know anything else. Please give me the antidote. Zidue begs, her voice trembling. The red-haired girl coldly laughs, thank you for your information. Now, if you still want to live, you can go find Ains for the antidote. Zidue clutches her throat, gasping, are you tricking me? She simply shrugs and replies succinctly, so what if I do? As she leaves, she thinks of Anjo, feeling a sense of sadness taken by an unknown level beast. Where should I look for him now? At this moment, I can only fully rely on Yiwu. Scene change, at the arena. The three old men have also appeared. But wait, there's a new situation. The three suddenly appear in the arena. None other than the three generals, Jinlei, Dikuan, and Senfeng. It turns out the true purpose of this young man is precisely them. Yiwu stood facing the three strongest opponents among the generals. He showed no sign of fear and calmly replied, I have been prepared for a long time. Come on, all three of you at once, I don't have time to waste. This challenge left the audience in the stands astonished. This guy is really insane. He thinks he can take on all three of the strongest just because he defeated two 100-level guys? Another person mocked, that kid is as good as dead. He just made me lose all my money earlier, hurry up and die. Meanwhile, Senfeng, one of the three generals, laughed triumphantly, holding dual swords as he stepped forward. It seems no one wants you to survive. Fine, let me satisfy everyone's expectations. To kill you, just me alone is enough. Senfeng immediately charged, his movements as quick as lightning. He aimed directly at Yiwu with a powerful attack, but Yiwu promptly raised his shield to defend. Senfeng sneered, your defense is decent, but with your weak physical attack, how can you withstand me? As soon as he finished speaking, Senfeng's body suddenly unleashed a powerful whirlwind, swirling the murderous intent towards Yiwu. Wind? Yiwu murmured lightly, his gaze turning sharp. Senfeng stepped out of the tornado, his voice filled with arrogance, that's right, my ability is wind. As for you, you will die in this gust. As soon as he appeared, Senfeng used a powerful overwhelming move. But how would the young man counter it? Yiwu stood still at the center, calmly using a shield to protect himself. Was he relying on the natural system to counter the physical system? Seeing this, Senfeng laughed loudly, do you think that's enough? I never said I only knew how to attack physically. Immediately, Yiwu's body erupted in flames. The fire from his body merged with the tornado, making it even fiercer. Yiwu smirked coldly, wind belongs to wood which breathes fire. Your wind will only make my flames burn stronger. Is this fanning the flame? Stop this beginner's play now. Against absolute strength, this means nothing at all. Saying that, Yiwu used fanning the flame to enhance the power of the fire, causing it to blaze fiercely. He continued to provoke, call your buddies over. With this level of power, you can only offer up your life. Surrounded by the fiery tornado, Senfeng found himself in a dangerous situation. The blazing fire made him scream, it's too hot. I'm dying from the heat. Stop it. However, it was too late. Senfeng's health dropped to 60%. He bitterly thought to himself, I was careless. This Yiwu is indeed not an ordinary person. Soloing against him, I have no chance of winning. But my body is trapped by the fiery tornado, I can't escape. Suddenly, another surge of power appeared, extinguishing Yiwu's flames completely, the ability of some extraordinary warrior, with formidable might. Next, the thunder of the Great Desolation suddenly struck directly at Yiwu. This time, the attacker was Jinlei. The treacherous blow caused Yiwu to bleed, leaving him with only 85% health. The host stared in disbelief, exclaiming, oh my, what did I just see? This young man not only managed to suppress Lord Senfeng but also easily blocked the attack from both Lord Jinlei and Lord Dikuan. It seems the three great generals are about to strike together. I wonder how he will cope with that. In the stands, people began to murmur excitedly, who on earth is this guy? Facing three great generals all by himself and not appearing to be at a disadvantage. I've never heard of anyone so formidable in Kaigo City. Where did he come from? Another voice interjected, filled with frustration, I don't care who he is. I'd rather lose all my money, I just want to see him die. 3 great lords, kill him for us. 2 old men sitting nearby showed clear signs of astonishment, is it real or fake? He just took a direct hit from Junlei and is still fine? This kid must be a monster. It's truly infuriating. This guy is not just good at making a show. I believe he has calculated everything very carefully. To deal with someone like him, we need all 3 to work together. His entire body ignited. He held the staff, saying, don't hide your strength anymore, use your ultimate move. If not. The other man then transformed into a monster. The opponent replied in a challenging tone, of course, I will tear you to shreds. The announcer's voice echoed, heightening the excitement, here it comes. This is the complete form that the 3 great generals can only achieve when they unleash their full power, something seen only in legend. This overwhelming strength lives up to the reputation of the strongest triangle among the 8 generals. As he spoke while adjusting his hat, he realized the situation was spiraling out of control, but the scale of the upcoming battle could very well exceed the capacity of the arena. We kindly ask the audience to temporarily leave the arena for safety. Don't worry, we will still be broadcasting the spectacular images live right here. Stay tuned. The audience sensed that something was wrong and began to flee in panic, hurry up and go. One person shouted, this duel is too dangerous. Staying here, you might not live to see it. But some people hesitated, feeling regret, a battle of this level, if you miss it, you may not have the chance in your entire life. One person said, anyway, every day I lick blood off the blade, let's see what happens. If you want to see, then watch the greatest show. I want that kid's blood to flow like a river. A woman in the room held a glass of wine, took a sip and slowly said, for the first time, I see those 3 being pushed to this extent. So what will you do next, Yi Wu? Yi Wu replied, that's what makes it interesting. I'm serious here, otherwise, it would disappoint the audience. Yi Wu's entire being seemed to be ablaze. The temperature in the surrounding area noticeably increased. He frowned slightly and thought to himself, that kid's abilities are too counteractive. Given the current situation, I can't possibly win. On the other side, a large-bodied old man charged straight ahead. He shouted, don't be afraid, this is no longer a matter of elemental counters. Don't you see I'm also on fire? Let's follow the plan. Immediately, all 3 harnessed their combined strength. Under the pressure of the move, the earth shatters, the ground split open with a large crack.